room and ice me.
Give him ice.
Want some ice? I'll go get you some ice.
Depp! Greco!
The kids at Jump Street.
See you later, Mark.
See you later.
Bye.
Papa Booey, get in here, will you? Come on. Got something to ask you. Yeah. Come on.
Aquaman. Glad you could make it.
I brought some shrimp.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
For a little spin, I got a little drunk driving to do.
Dear, I mean, after all, you're gay.
Dad, I need this drink. I'm a caveman and I'm frightened by your strange flying machine.
Hi, I'm Patrick Swayze. I know you can't see or hear me, but if there was just some way I could tell you I'll be hosting Saturday Night Live. I love you.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
Girl, I've seen you in clubs, just hanging out and dancing. You give your number to every man you see. You never come home at night because you're out romancing. I wish you'd bring some of your love home to me. But my girl wants to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time. My girl wants to party all the time, party all the time. I mean, come on, right, Davyd? Right?
The
favorite song?
Yeah, Feeny Bop. It's like Kids Bop, but Mr. Feeny covering.
Anyway.
That was really well timed.
That's where I got that from. So I kept doing that over and over again. Like when we do that, the opening, whatever,
Right.
Feeny, or I'd sing something or rap. And that's where I got that from. That's Chris Farley. That's the late great. That's, he's 28 years dead. 27.
Oh
and a half
my
years.
God. That's
How crazy is
crazy.
that?
That
Crazy
is
is that?
insane.
We
Yeah.
have a Howard tribute for that. That sketch, he's playing Norman Schwarzkopf there. General Norman Schwarzkopf. And
Okay.
that sketch is Rob Schneider's Billy Crystal hosting the Gutenberg Awards.
Right. Okay.
And it's a brilliant send up from probably the best year in the history of the show, early 90s. And he does a brilliant Billy Crystal. Like, he does a song and dance number. He
Right.
tells corny jokes. The monologue starts. I just watched it again last night. Like, he goes, I'm Billy Crystal. Who are you expecting? Steve Gutenberg? And he does this smug smile into the camera. The best part of it is the smug smile.
Right.
Self-satisfied smug smile after he tells a joke. Just
Yeah,
like he would do.
In real life, yeah, the tight little smiles of Billy Crystal. That's always someone you want to associate with in show business. So.
Just before we went on, Davyd is like, I'm telling you right now, if you don't feature the gay performers on this show, I am out of here. If you don't do Leslie Jones, if you don't do...
If it's not a Bowen Yang fest, then I'm out of here.
That's good. I'm impressed you know that name. It's a new name. There's a guy in that horrible year, which is actually, there's a Netflix special on it. Not Netflix, Peacock.
Yeah.
The 85-86 year, where it's like Robert Downey Jr. and
Right.
Anthony Michael Hall, and Dennis Miller's first year with John Lovitz as well, and Nora Dunn. And there's a gay character named Terry Sweeney, and he was on that cast.
Oh, okay. Any
She's
relation
actually
to Julia Sweeney, or not
Good
related?
question. Not that I know of. No,
Okay.
not that I know of. Anyway, welcome everyone. This is Lotus Notes 27 Howard Verse series, Howard Verse Saturday Night Live Part 1. If you don't think we have at least 5 of these in us, you're crazy. It is overwhelming. Even the stuff I didn't get, it is so. I would just think of new things, and I've spent probably more time on this all week than I've ever done in anything we've done. And I
Yeah.
spent a lot of time on a lot of things. And this one, it's fun, but it is like, it gives you a headache because there's so much shit that hits your brain. And like, I didn't even put in any good Adam Sandler hating stuff from Howard yet.
Right. That's how much.
That could be a show all to itself.
That's how much topsoil you've discovered before we get to the.
Look at this guy. Do you people say topsoil a lot? Is that a thing in the gay community? Topsoil?
I'm a very well versed human being overall.
Oh
so
my God, topsoil! That's something I think your mom taught you topsoil from boondoggle.
It's a Midwestern farming term, yeah, that I learned in Ohio.
Anyway, welcome everyone. To say hi to the chat here for a minute. Hopefully I can't help myself sometimes with the banter, but we did talk SNL, right? That wasn't some outer.
Yeah,
that's
no.
exactly what we're doing.
That's a good preface for the show. By the way, just a disclaimer: there's a birthday party going on in my home, so if you hear chatter in the background, I'm riding the mute button as much as I can. So I apologize in advance.
Are you involved in the birthday party at all?
No, it's separate group of friends of my roommate. So
you know, it's funny. You only do you as a virtuoso musician and super intellectual. Do you only do weddings when you guys play out? Super
yeah,
weddings,
I mean,
celebrity weddings.
Professionally, if I'm playing, if I'm not invited to the wedding or a party, I'm playing it. Yeah.
I mean, who can boast? Like I said, 3 supervillains you've worked with:
Yes.
Venom and Topher Grace.
Yeah.
Thanos, he also played Cable and Jonah Hex,
Yeah.
in Josh Brolin, in front of Babs. That is, for a gay man,
Right.
that is the ultimate pressure cooker to perform music in front of Barbra Streisand.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And then friggin' Danny DeVito, the Penguin.
DeVito, yes, that's
Canada.
right. That's right. Yeah, no, I was trying to think of a joke superhero Barbra Streisand could be someday. I don't know who she could play.
I'll think about that.
Yeah.
I'm sure Autobot's gonna have an answer in 2 seconds, but I want to have she'd have to be like an elder statesman woman. Like, you can't put her on Paradise Island unless they all get nose jobs and
right.
Jewish. Well, actually, Gal Gadot's Jewish, but she's playing a Greek and one. I gotta think of something.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
The Siren, right? She could sing.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. Everybody, hit the like button. Right, smash that like button, kids. I'm begging you. Do it. I'm begging you. Do it. Yes, please. Everybody hit the like and subscribe button right effing now. Barbara DeRush, welcome. A. Smith, welcome, sir. Everybody, if you can donate, please. If able, Sarah says, please donate via Super Chat, Venmo, or Cash App. Thank you very much. Everyone, Rick the Electrician, everyone's favorite ARM in less than 45 minutes. I used to love listening to baseball when I enjoyed my hobbies in the weekends. Now I enjoy some ARM. It's an upgrade. I can do baseball play-by-play for you. Rick, how about that? I'll watch like an Angels A's game, and I'll do baseball play-by-play, and you can listen to me do baseball play-by-play. And I'll just banter. I won't even like do the play-by-play. I'll just be talking about like show business. Something. What's great about baseball, right? You can veer off into shit and nobody gives a crap.
Right.
So much that. I'm not a huge hockey fan, but to be a play-by-play hockey announcer is probably the roughest job in all the 4 major sports. You cannot stop. There's no give. You can't. They never stop talking.
Right.
They have to keep at it the whole time. They have to know shit like icing and one-timer and all this. I don't even understand. I don't understand their offsides rule. I don't understand any of that shit.
I just love the idea. I love the idea of you commenting over Major League Baseball footage, talking about like Conan O'Brien's undeserved first 7 years on television at the same time.
Well, that's what Dennis Miller was hired for on Monday Night Football, right?
Right,
Speaking of
totally.
Saturday Night Live, we're gonna get to that, and I'm gonna. Meanwhile, Gary's brother's dying of AIDS. No, and what? When did Sarah say that? Oh, that's a good episode too. Howard's Gary's brother. Sarah debating and first of all, oh God, him and the damn. I gotta give him those cutlet pictures. Look at this guy. Have you never? What a OCD foodie that Melvin is. Midlife crisis. I know. Midlife crisis would have been a good SNL sketch. I have a theory. I was watching Howard's CBS show to get ready for this. So I was skimming through some things, and because it obviously was another horrible attempt at him to go after Saturday Night Live. And in the beginning, there's an announcer, and he goes, and he sounds exactly like the midlife crisis guy who sent in the audio for the World's Meanest Listener that we're mimicking with the midlife. I think it's the same guy. I really think it sounds like a Batman villain.
Yeah, that
Ladies and gentlemen, Howard Stern. Sounds like that's how he sounds, and it's just like him. How's he football? Welcome. How's he football? You had a question. If there's any missing Deppenings, it's because they're on Patreon and they're they're Depp-related Jump Street episodes, and we number them because they're Depp episodes. So you'll see like Jump Street episodes, and Davyd, Sarah and I did Nightmare on Elm Street 1, Sweeney Todd, and something else. Did we do a third movie, a Depp movie?
I mean, right at the beginning, I think you covered Edward Scissorhands, like right when the channel started.
Yeah, but that was part of a Winona Ryder episode. It was like worked into Winona. I should actually skim that out and then release it on it's not on YouTube, but it's not on Patreon, it's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube, and I think it's sort of like you didn't show the movie, you just kind of made your comments, and I'm kind of forgetting. I feel like it was like it was a commentary track only, so you'd have to sync it up with the movie yourself. Yep.
Casey Derula, welcome. Currently, he says I'm on a cruise. I'm gonna start between Uruguay and Brazil. Let's do live. I actually did a report on Chile and Portugal, and it was really. I mean, Chile didn't know it hit him when I got done researching that, and I realized it's also on the equator. Or no, Ecuador is and Brazil is, right?
Yeah.
The only two countries on.
You go Uruguay and I'll go mine.
That's such the product of the
classic Groucho Marx joke. Yeah.
That's Sarah, the crowd is waiting, says Sarah. The crowd is waiting. What a wise ass. Sarah's going to be joining us tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah.
For Jump Street season 2, episode 3, and that's because Yvette Nipar, District Attorney Jackie Garrett, makes her debut as Hanson's girlfriend. Yes. And the girls this is how I knew. This is my first lesson in all you broads hate each other. The girls watching that show hated her so much. The producers wrote her off the show in like 6 episodes because they didn't want Depp to have a girlfriend on the fucking show. They're that delusional. These 13 tween girls, brains writing the producers, telling them she's not good enough for this. It's really just like Amber Heard, right? The hating that she got.
I just imagine they made it the most vicious end to a character ever. Like a lion jumped out and shot her, and then she was run over by a car. And,
After Amy in season 2, they just made it even worse. King Kong, Godzilla just squashed her with his foot. There's like there's a Bambi versus Godzilla. It's like an old animated thing.
Oh yeah.
Show. And, so her real last name is actually Nipar. It's not Nipar. It's Nipar. And I'm like, all these years I was calling her Nipar, like just for you. So I was watching something and they pronounced her name. This is like 2 years ago. So you can actually get away with sexual harassment and say nice nipers instead of nipples.
Just malapropisms all over the place. What was
Yahoo! Malaprop, guys.
Oh god.
Malaprop. You heard it. He tried to gloss over it. He tried to plow forward.
I tried to plow forward, but I knew I would never outrun you.
How do you spell it?
MALAPROPISM. Propism, malapropism.
Don't you love how he pretends he doesn't know how it's spelled, but he probably it's exactly right.
I hope that's right.
Malaprops, guys. Don't make me forget that, people.
Yeah. What's Teddy Artie Lang's assistant's last name again?
Apparently it's Knitter.
So Nipper
Jason
and
keeps
Napper,
saying
yeah.
that over and over again on Back Office Radio, and
Right.
I just could never look it up. It was never written anywhere. So Jason claims it's Knitter. He kept saying that, unless it's a fake name. He keeps saying that.
Okay.
Chubby Pickle, welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Hopefully you're home in the ATL. Sky Spectre, welcome. Thai chicken. He's Chubby Pickle's like, everyone forgot about the LA fires except for me, and I keep going back and back and back. Davyd said they're not gay enough for him. I'm like, what the hell does that mean?
They're not flaming enough for me.
Welcome, Chris Delopoulos. That is a man. Delopoulos is a man with fierce morals and opinions, and he is not afraid to tell you about them. He's very left-wing, like I am. Dr. Sarah, pull dinosaur. I got your dinosaur nuggets right here, Melvin. Right fucking here, pal. I'm standing here naked and afraid. Rick the electrician. This is a good show. You guys are gonna like this. It's like I said, just like Jason and Will and fucking what was the one we did where Chauncey, all the Chauncey stuff. It gives you license to go around the Sternverse through the years and do like a time warp and jump around. I'm not doing any chronological. It's too because then we'll miss things because we'll be we already did that. I want to go back. I can't go back to the Eddie Murphy era. That's Two Master. Welcome, sir. Two Master is always right. Now you gotta always keep that in mind. Two Master knows all, and he's always right. Steph Taylor, welcome. We haven't seen you in here. Honestly, Arm, I get why you left Gunk. This format is so much better than the repetitiveness. I agree 100%, Steph. Gunk is a boondoggle, right? And boondoggle essentially means a waste of time. The current format. And this shit is what it was all built on when I started the fucking show. Crystal, it's a ghost. Yeah, Patrick Swayze. That was a real live promo for Saturday Night Live that he did, and we played it in our last Armfeld in the opening.
Yeah.
That I found during that aired during the season 2, episode 6 of Seinfeld in real time.
Right.
1991. That's Swayze, and that the big sketch from that is Chris Farley dancing at Chippendales.
Right. And I assume he did that promo because he was in the movie Ghost.
Yes, so he's promoting Ghost, and yeah, it's I was looking at Dirty Work, right? Because I had a Bob Saget video and he was on Howard promoting it, and you realize with Dirty Work, there's such a crazy SNL crossover and synergy in that movie. I don't even know if people really got Norm. You got Chevy Chase. You have Chris Farley with a glorified cameo. I think Sandler might be in it with a glorified cameo. Bob Saget directs it, and then Artie obviously is in it. Not that Artie's on SNL, but
Rickles insulting him.
Rickles, right? Yeah, so many cameos. It's a quirky, edgy, funny movie. Is it the funniest movie? Well, no, but it does its job. You know what it intended.
It's a serviceable film, right?
And I love the idea of a revenge business where you hire 2 guys and they seek revenge on people you hate. Right. I love that idea. Okay. Thoughts before I start going into the Howard verse stuff. Thoughts on the SNL 50th, Davyd? Any observations from you? I certainly have mine.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to say. I mean, assuming you're a fan of SNL.
Hold that thought 1 second.
Okay, sure.
Bon Jovial is not with us yet. I put the arm signal out. It's weird with him. He's in Australia. It's very early there. I understand if he just oversleeps, but he knows he should be on. I had to start a little earlier for both our sakes. He had something to do. Davyd had something to do. I had something to do. And so I told Bon Jovial, and understandable, even if he doesn't, but it's very early in Australia. He has his link, and he hopefully will be on soon. I'm not sure what it is. So we'll see.
Yeah.
If not, he'll be on the next one, and there's a zillion SNL clips we have.
We have millions of shows left in us. You know,
you don't understand. It's endless. I don't even have one Eddie Murphy thing yet.
Right.
Except I read the, My Girl Wants to Party All the Time as Feeny, but I actually don't even have that's how massive this is.
Right.
It's not in any order of talent or priority. It's just as I thought of them, almost in a way. Gunk shows as boring as they cover. Steph Taylor, wow, coming in with haymakers. Steph, we love it. Good to see you though. Seriously. Once again, it's 3:30. Made an ass of myself, said Steph Taylor. I don't know. Did he produce? Okay. I'm sorry. You were saying, Davyd. Sorry.
Yeah. No. It's all good. I mean, if you are a fan of that show more than you hate that show, then it is different from any of their anniversaries in that they did 3 hours, so.
Right. Which wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
Right. But comparatively to the other anniversary specials, obviously there's more chances for them to either win you over or disappoint you,
Good, well said. I like that.
And I think that I don't get the having only celebrities in the audience thing because
I was not to cut you off there, but
when
I saw Nicholson sitting in the catbird seat, I'm like, motherfuckers, come on. First of all, the guy's never hosted it. Never. He's never hosted it. He had a cameo once in an episode Helen Hunt hosted because they came out with As Good as It Gets.
Right.
They never hosted it. So you have him in the ultimate seat. That's Starfucker 101. That is bullshit.
Oh, easily.
He has to sit there. That is total bullshit. I could see if Steve Martin actually did a great monologue. His monologue was phenomenal.
Very
by
good.
The way.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I've never understood having the celebrities in the audience thing just because they're horrible laughers. Like they're
too
not
cool to laugh. Yep.
They're not as mystified by like the timing and inner workings of how a sketch surprises you into laughing, because they've seen it all. So I just
they're
feel
too cool to laugh, and nobody wants to look too cool for school more than SNL.
Right.
Whether it's Lorne MIchaels, dry humping, Paul McCartney, Mick Jagger. Another prediction. I don't think I made it on here, but I said to everybody else, my cousin included, watch in 5 minutes. You're going to see Lorne MIchaels sucking off Paul Simon, Steve Martin, and somehow Martin Short. Martin Short was not in the Lorne MIchaels credit. He was with Ebersol. He has nothing to do with Lorne MIchaels.
Right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. So I think that like there's no way. Do you remember when CNN was doing like the 70s documentary or the 80s? They were doing like,
who produced that?
It wasn't Tom Hanks. Oh, it was Tom Hanks. Okay,
yep.
Yeah. And it was the laziest thing ever produced because it was just like a list. It wasn't even insight into any of the things that they covered. It was just sort of like, remember this and then remember that. And then this happened, and that's kind of what this special felt like where, and I guess I wouldn't have expected anything less is that they, they're just reviewing their greatest hits and the people who are still alive to reprise those roles are going to come in. I did like some of the cross-pollination, like Amy Poehler and Maya Rudolph do Bronx Beat, and then Mike Myers as I forget the character's name, the like
Linda Richmond.
Linda Richmond comes in.
Or she's obsessed with Barbra Streisand. That's a great character. By the way. So Long Island. The backstory is she's Mike Myers' wife's or ex-girlfriend's mom. From Long Island. Yeah, it's a good character. By the way, don't think I'm glossing over cross-pollination.
Maze and an emphatic stroke of Byzantine whimsy.
Famously not on the 50th special, Dana Carvey. He was not on it. Bill Hader was not on it. I thought it was kind of interesting.
And keep going. I didn't want to interrupt you there.
So yeah, I mean, it did feel at times like there were moments where we're genuinely going to engage with a sketch to try to make you laugh, and then other segments like Adam Sandler's song or Tina Fey and Amy Poehler doing audience questions where it's just like, all right, let's do like let's just get a bunch of names out there really quickly. Like we have so many people to cover, so
Adam Sandler, who was fired from the show famously for sucking in
Right.
terms of so what happened was Carvey and Hartman both left, and they put the show in the hands of Sandler, Spade, and Farley, and they were too limited, like one-trick ponies, and they couldn't carry the show.
Right.
And Sandler got fired.
Yeah, and I remember Artie saying on when he was still on the Stern Show, like Adam Sandler, instead of getting his movies produced by Lorne, he got, was it Robert Simons or someone, like a rival comedy producer of Lorne Michaels produced
Robert
Happy Gilmore. No. It wasn't a writer. It was a
it was a rival of like
it was a
company?
producing, yeah, a different producing guy. Like,
It
so
says Happy Gilmore. No, Happy Madison Productions is his
right,
production.
exactly, yeah. So so it was like a rival producer of Lorne Michaels, and yeah, and
He was totally bitter. Adam Sandler's not used to not getting the word no.
Right.
He harbored a bitterness with that show until he hosted it a few years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Chubby Pickle. This is ARM Davyd. Love the banter in Kingman, Arizona. I don't even know what is that anywhere near John Stearns, Arizona, Chubby Pickle? Dave Kingman, Arizona. That's like Doug Stanhope, David, when he threw a dart at the board and went to Brisbane, Arizona to move to. And then he has like a Hunter S. Thompson compound.
Yeah.
Kingman, Arizona. Thank you, Chubby Pickle. He says, donate to the pirate ship. Loads. God damn it, Chubby. This man is going to heaven like more than George Michael.
Chubby Pickle will be able to gift memberships to heaven.
Thank you, David Villataro. This is going to be fire. City straight gay men are fascinated by rural gay men, says Rick the electrician. I agree with that. Chris Lopoulos watching UFC. You see, Chris, you don't strike me as a UFC fan because you're so left wing. There's a right wing tinge now with Dana White in the UFC. I feel not 100%, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Last thing I'll say about the special is I texted you about this. I thought it was odd that Bill Murray rated the Weekend Update hosts. I thought it was weird that they did like any kind of ranking or any kind of
they just, because it's Bill Murray and he's allowed to do whatever he wants.
I guess so. It just, I didn't totally disagree with his list, by the way. Yeah.
If Dennis Miller, I'll get to him in a second.
Yeah.
were there, would he have been ranked 9th?
That's a good right. I mean, they it seems like they ranked the people
who was looking at him was ranked right, and his
right.
brother Brian Doyle Murray was ranked number 1. Who wrote Caddyshack, I might add.
Yeah.
Melvin says, David, you guys provided tuxedos to wear at these events. That's a great question, Melvin.
I own a tuxedo, so yeah.
Would they have provided one if you asked?
No, I think, I mean, that's the business I went into. So part of the investment into the business is the proper attire, for things like that. Yeah.
It's a great question though, Melvin.
No, very good question.
I'm sure Brolin would have let you wear his Thanos costume if you didn't have it. That would have been great.
And yes, I am the Scott the engineer of the Deppening.
Yes. Wow, Rick, that's funny. I didn't even think of that.
Music the way you want it.
That was one of those awkward Fred plugs at the end of the show. He grudgingly had to read in a shitty voice. Sarah says, I took Steve Young's virginity in 1992. That's like my favorite quarterback all time, by the way. And I'm not even a 49er fan. I just love Steve Young because he just was he was like perfect. I think he's better than Montana as far as his best, right, David? I mean, he's from San Francisco. So you should know that much at least, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Radio Gaga, welcome. We've got Radio Gaga here. Haven't seen the Radio Gaga in a while. Welcome, Radio Gaga. Great to have you here. There's Melvin. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have nothing. We can move on. Yeah.
You always have something, but I'm going to say this. So here's my observations, right? I texted you a few of them. So I had this text exchange going with my cousin and David, and we're talking about SNL. We had kind of observations going back and forth. And the first thing I thought, the first thing that hit me and that I grabbed onto the most was, so Steve Martin does this great monologue, and John Mulaney, who is not a cat. It was never a cast member on the show. It's so weird. He must have been in half the show. He's never been a cast member. He's a writer for the show.
Right.
He's hosted it a lot, but he was never a cast member. And he's like Dana Carvey should have had John Mulaney's playing time, airtime.
Sure.
I'm new to the sports. But anyway, Carvey's a different thing, and I'll get to that. So John Mulaney comes out. Not that he didn't do a good job, but it's just weird that a guy who's never was a cast member is in half the. And he comes out and he goes, anyway, Steve, only there's been 896 hosts in the history of Saturday Night Live, and only 2 of them were murderers. And so I'm sitting there going, wait a minute. I totally went off what they were implying. So the answer to the 2 is, Davyd, you got it in the text, right?
My thought was OJ Simpson and Robert Blake.
And Robert Blake. That's what my cousin said. So I'm going, how did you? I'm like, what? There's 4. In the audience is also Alec Baldwin,
right,
and Matthew Broderick, sitting next to Sarah Jessica Parker. Matthew Broderick hosted it in 90, I think it was. You have 4 murderers, not 2. And it's funny because Mulaney sounds exactly like Matthew Broderick. The same speech
yeah, same cadence
and everything.
And my thought on that is that, you know, John Mulaney is like an elder millennial who is obsessed with the OJ trial, and he loves arcane, you know, Robert Blake references to. I mean, you know, I do think it is a little covering up his work that he says only 2 of them are murderers and doesn't name them by name. So it's kind of up to you if you think it's people who are present in the audience or people who have passed on.
I genuinely thought he was talking about Broderick and Baldwin. I really did. I mean, I thought it was like a wink to the. I didn't even think OJ. I forgot Robert Blake hosted it. Like, I don't remember him hosting.
Right? Who would remember that? Right?
Yeah. And I remember OJ hosted because they constantly harp on that when they do. There's a new OJ documentary every 5 minutes on the streaming channels. Like, he murdered 2. You would have thought he took out the body count of 9/11, right? He murdered 2 people. There's 2 people in this town that die every day. 2 people die.
Right.
This thing, it is so crazy. It is 30 years later, and they're still making documentaries about this. It's so crazy. And more than half the people don't even know he's what teams he played for in the NFL.
It is one of those murder cases that at this point has like a cozy nostalgia factor. Like, people don't even care that a grisly murder took place. It's just like
yes.
It's the same as like a Roseanne reboot to them, you know. It's like, ooh, the OJ trial's being rebooted. Yay.
How's he football? Yes, the Patreon membership is a separate thing. It's, you know, we do whatever's. Sometimes I'll post random stuff that just don't. It gets copyrights on here, or we could do commentaries. We're going to be doing something related to this. We're going to be doing on Patreon a full commentary on all the sketches Howard was ever in on Saturday Night Live, where Michael McKean played him.
Right.
And then later on, Jimmy Fallon played him. And so we're going to be commenting on those on a live Patreon very soon.
And the URL for the Patreon is at the top of the screen if you want to join up.
It's at the Deppening. There it is. Thank you, Davyd.
Yeah.
I forgot it was even there. That's the QR code. Patreon.com. Wino forever. Thank you. Tony J. Altamore, who was here last week. The only guy's quarterback rating is crestfallen. Oh, okay, he's doing Dennis Miller, I think, right? Yes, he is.
Estes Kefauver.
Yeah. This guy's quarterback rating is more crestfallen. Estes Kefauver's ambitions to saunter in the Pennsylvania Avenue during the Million Man March after party, for Christ's sake. That's a lot to do.
I love a good Estes Kefauver reference. that tickled me.
Delopoulos says The Sopranos is full of malapropisms, brilliant writing. Davyd is a very smart cat. Agreed. Norm Crosby, the king of malapropisms.
Yeah.
My man. Radio Gaga, angry, vengeful. ARM is the best ARM. I would love for Stamos. Yeah, Stamos is in this one, by the way, Radio Gaga. He is in the first, no, not the first. He's in the early episode of Howard's Channel 9 show. They do a Larry King sketch, and Stamos is his first guest. And I didn't even realize someone calls in, and he was his ex-girlfriend Who's not his ex-girlfriend, right? I think you dated Stamos at some point, Davyd.
I mean, I'm sure I was in that conga line. Sure, you
know. Thanks again, Chubby Pickle. We appreciate it. Anybody who could donate, please donate. I tried to watch the 50th with tuxedos. Okay, so I'm getting calls all week after Sunday, and I had to turn my phone off, not even look at my social medias, my email. ARM, how do you have such a finger on the pulse of show business? I mean, you get in front of these things. How did you know this? I can't believe your prediction fell true. You drove this home like crazy. Can you make more predictions? Can you, how do you have such inside sources? Yeah. How do you know these people better than they know themselves?
People are calling you Nostradamus, aren't they?
So what I'm referring to is Dennis Miller, of course, blew the show off. Was there any doubt? Was there any doubt at all? What an absolute pussy. A show that made, like, he's allowed to live, and you were up there, Davyd, the Santa Barbara lifestyle that one can only dream about. A salary he does, what he's so wealthy from, I have no idea. He must have hit the lot. Like, he has gotten so many shows canceled, so many failures. He did the HBO show. We hear HBO doesn't pay shit, especially in the 90s.
Right.
By shit, I mean, Howard money.
Right.
So how that motherfucker is affording to see, he sold his house. It was $24 million in Santa Barbara. So how that show allowed him that lifestyle. You don't get anything if you were not segueing off SNL to that other stuff. To this day, people don't even know him from anything but SNL. Even though he's done a lot of stuff. It's just that you owe it to them. You owe it to them to do that. It's embarrassing. He had the worst lame excuses last time. I knew this shit. He's so uptight, and you're going to see just how uptight he is in this.
Yeah, I mean, he's the comedian who, like, got to claim the territory of, kind of snarky, yuppie 80s comedian, and it's not a brand of comedy that is.
And he lifted his persona from Richard Belzer. Anybody will tell you that knows the comedy scene, that he had gone to New York briefly, and he was looking at who was, ruling the stages, and Belzer was the guy. Belzer is like a real legend in the the Improv and Catch a Rising Star and the comic strip and all these places. He was the guy. And Dennis went up there and says, you know what, he's stealing the term grasshopper.
Right.
That's babe. And he would say that he was known saying, condescendingly saying babe all the time. He took his entire persona from Belzer.
Right.
But go ahead, Davyd. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it's a persona that again, I do think that the snarky yuppie comedian of the 80s is kind of a replaceable persona. Yeah. And because he got on SNL, he was able to use the fame generated off that show to make it seem like he was the best at doing it for the following 15 years after he left, maybe.
As far as Weekend Update go, he's one of the better guys to ever do it. He had his own style, but it was Belzer's style. They could have hired. It's funny with Belzer, and again, he's going to come up probably next time. Did you know that he was the warm-up guy in the first, the Belushi, Aykroyd seasons?
Belzer was.
And he discovered them for Lorne MIchaels. So I'm trying to remember how the story goes, but Chevy Chase went to the Catch a Rising Star, and Belzer introduced them to Belushi, and that's how that happened. And then Belzer could never get on the show as a regular, and he harbored a resentment towards Lorne MIchaels all that time.
Wow, that's crazy.
I swear to God, Belzer was known for doing a great Mick Jagger impression.
Oh,
first guy to ever do it, and and you can see it, and somehow they did not issue him. He's best friends with Paul Schaefer, and they just thought he would. I don't know why he was never made a cast member, but he did the warm up for them.
By the way, did you watch the part in the 50th, the kind of New York musical thing, and Paul Schaefer made a cameo on the
Haven't
guitar.
watched it yet. Haven't watched it yet.
He was
How long
standing
is
with
it, by the way?
someone. That's probably a 10-minute segment. It's pretty lengthy.
No, the whole thing. The whole thing.
The whole show. The whole
Yeah.
50th.
The music special they did.
The musical thing is probably about 10 minutes. Yeah.
Because I thought they did like a 5-hour musical special where there was a concert.
Oh no! I'm talking about like in the 50th special, John Mulaney hosted like a musical theater like Les Miserables parody.
Oh yeah. It was good. That was pretty good.
But Paul Schaefer came out and he did a cameo on the guitar, and he was standing with another guitarist who I didn't recognize. So I didn't know if you remembered who it was.
I would have put where Nicholson was sitting. I would have put Tom Hanks and De Niro where Nicholson was sitting.
Yeah.
Because De Niro's actually hosted it, I think, 4 or 5 times. He's certainly, arguably, one of the top 5 legendary.
I mean, he was
time.
in the Five Timers sketch. You know, they have that ongoing thing.
He's 80-something years old, and Hanks has always been, Hanks is one of the top 1 percentile, top 5 movie stars ever.
Yeah,
and he hasn't dwindled at all. And he's hosted that show insane amounts of times. And he really, if I'm going to put anyone in that seat, it's probably him.
I agree. Yeah.
Tone Cut says Mulaney was a writer, and he and Hader created Steph. Yeah, that's Stefan. That's Stefan. A good character, by the way.
It's a great character.
Mulaney will intentionally change the cue cards at the last second to get Hader and Stefan crack. I know. Hader would always break character doing that.
He's true. People look to Fallon, but I think people like. They have a warmer feeling about Bill Hader because it seems like he's apologetic for cracking up, and Fallon clearly is doing it as like an attention-seeking device.
And when Hader was on, he was as good as almost anybody to do it. As far as
he's super talented.
He was so good.
Yeah.
But it was so weird to watch him break character because when he didn't, he was like a virtuoso. He's like, I think he's in the top 5. I think Dana Carvey's the best to do it of all time, and I don't even think it's close. When I look at his batting average and the seasons he did and what he carried and the
variety.
The variety. I don't think it's close. But yeah, Hader's like in that top 5 to me, I think.
I agree. Very, very talented.
To master a very heterosexual Matthew Broderick.
Mary's a gay icon, right?
4 murderers who are all celebrities got not 1 cent. I know. Isn't that crazy, G Canada?
OJ did later for stealing.
Later on.
Yeah, right.
But we get the...
I get what he means,
yeah. So Dana Carvey, I listened to the Fly on the Wall podcast, and I do believe it's a legitimate excuse, but it's really weird. It's like, I was thinking it's like if Pat Mahomes got the flu the day of the Super Bowl and didn't play. You're like, what? And he said he had this major flu and they wouldn't let him, his doctor wouldn't let him fly. This is what he told David Spade. And I love Dana Carvey. I want to believe everything he said. What makes me believe him is he said that he and Mike Myers had a Wayne's World sketch ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
So there's no way he would have worked on anything if he was planning on blowing it off like Dennis Miller did.
Right. That's true. Yeah. No, I believe him. I mean, that's unfortunate, but I mean, he played Biden all season, so
that's especially right. So he's already. I had this when SNL was really getting bad. Somebody was in there. It was Housing Football that I haven't watched in 30 years. That the way to save that show from make it good all the time was have kick Lorne MIchaels to the curb because he's such a star fucker and he doesn't.
Right.
He doesn't. The last thing he cares about is funny. He is worried about spinning it off, monetize. He's got like a pyramid scheme going. So taking characters and spinning them off into TV is that Broadway video deal with.
Yeah.
And so you kick him to the curb and place him. He stays on as a consultant, maybe to book names that you can't get or
right.
And I would have Dana Carvey take his place. That would have been my plan if I was running NBC.
That's such a great way to be reductive about Lorne Michaels' contribution. He's a booker, like that. He's a star fucker who just got famous people to like him for some reason, despite not having a skill set.
All he cares about is impressing Steve Martin and Paul Simon every week, and Paul McCartney. That's all he cares about. That is his primary goal. I'm telling you, and that's I made the prediction, but I didn't do it on here. Autobot. No, I did. When Dennis was on Monday Night Football, I was fine with it. Look, I got all the analyzation I need. I don't need more. I know what I'm looking at. I don't need X's and O's anymore. I loved, a fucking Falcon Crest reference on. I'm his audience. I was his audience for that. I agree.
At some point, I'm sure a Pliny the Elder in a punt, pass, and kick contest reference is probably not as funny anymore.
I can't believe you people know what punt, pass, and kick is.
I think I participated in one when I was like
Did
7.
you really? How did
Yeah.
you do? I'd love to get footage of that.
Me too.
I heard you had it filmed in black and white.
Yes.
Is that true?
It was filmed on an old kinescope from 1903.
Holden, of course, interviewed Stamos' mom for a magazine. Of course he did. Of course. Who didn't know that, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, Autobot. My Twitter got it must have been spam. My Twitter got wrecked in some suspended for no reason at all. It's not like I wish I had a reason to be suspended. I wish I did.
You could boast that, right?
No, I wish I did. It just it was really creepy. And I'm trying to poke around at it. I don't know if there's any. I thought, isn't Elon Musk's whole thing is we could say whatever we want and no censorship? And your big cause celebre is suspending stupid me with my 3,000 followers. Isn't the whole thing supposed to be right? Say whatever you want. It's the Wild West, right? Isn't that his thing? He's suspending me, stupid me. I'm seriously. How do you even have the time to look at my Twitter?
Yeah, I wonder. I feel like that company is going to shit anyway. So there might be so many technical glitches and wrong accounts that are being wrongly suspended, for no reason whatsoever than a glitch.
Do you think he's just tagged me as some left wing resistance because I retweet John Fugelsang, and so that was enough to just fuck him? That kind of thing, just fuck him. No one's gonna care.
I mean, if your profile flagged his radar, he's got a lot of time on his hands.
That's the only thing I can think of. I would love to be able to brag about getting suspended for trolling someone. I didn't do. All I do is tweet about this show and retweet things I like, some innocuous stuff.
Right. Yeah. We're a showbiz gossip thing. Yeah. Right.
So Blue Sky for me. Blue Sky's always been for me, but I'm on Blue Sky as well, and hopefully I can get. I'm not saying X. X is only for Xavier McDaniel. I'm not calling it fucking X. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve that letter at all. You pussy. You hair plug pussy. You skip the Depp trial because you're afraid of Johnny Depp. I have a way to take down Elon Musk. It would be bring out Johnny Depp and just blow the fucking Eastern Columbia tapes and just spill everything. He will run. He will run back to fucking Africa. He's terrified of Depp. You know he is. He blew off that trial. You know he is.
My favorite Photoshop Sarah ever made was she got a still of Amber Heard taking a sip from a water bottle on the stand, and she labeled the water bottle Elon Musk. That's great.
Sarah is great on Twitter. She is a great joke writer. If I were doing a monologue, I would have her. You too, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
Your brain. You can easily turn your brain into a monologue joke writer. It's probably a waste of your brain, in fact.
I don't know about that.
Hit the like button. Thank you, Sarah. Yes, Holden. Dennis Miller's son is Holden Miller, and I follow him on. No, well, my other Instagram is Armanda Pete, after Amanda Pete.
That's right.
So I use and I follow his son. It says Holden Miller Music on Instagram.
Oh, he's a musician.
He's whatever he is this week.
Okay. Whatever daddy's money can cover for him this week, right?
He showed basketball footage of himself at a pickup at a men's league game. He's excellent. He was really good, and it takes a lot for me to say that he's really good. It had to be him. Why would he show random basketball on his own Instagram?
Right.
He was excellent. I couldn't believe how smooth he was. A really good combo guard. Every move in the good crossover dribble. He's hit a fall away three from 24. He's really good. I couldn't believe it. Lorne is a book. I'm just calling him a star fucker, Tone Cot. Lorne will the big names that Dana Carvey can't get at, Lorne will book for them. He'll just sit in the background, give him like little sage advice, right, that he knows. But by no means should he be making the end-all final decisions on comedy. I just don't trust that at all. I think he's got no radar for it anymore. There's no shows. Yeah, Mad TV, interesting. They were part of the fray in the 90s too, Quitter, to go against SNL. Got to admit, I never watched SNL. So you knew G. Cantor was going to be bragging about going out on Saturday nights.
Having
By the
a
time I
life.
was 15, I'm going. So he's going to bars at 15. So let's get this straight, G. Canada. If you go to a bar at 15 and you pick up, a girl picks you up or whatever, and she's 21, you're okay with statutory rape that way. That's okay.
Right.
The thing with the school teachers and the kids.
Right,
and stuff,
right.
when it's the boy, the 14-year-old boy and the 32-year-old teacher, that's cool. But the reverse is a crime to all of humanity, right?
Yeah, it's all about which end of the telescope you look in, I guess.
Rick the Electrician says, I didn't watch the 50 year, but it sounds like a goodbye to old Hollywood. Yeah, that's good
very
line.
true. It's very
This will be the last time. I was thinking, we're talking this too. If you really want to do this right, have a crossover, do it again. I mean, do it on Peacock, but have it in multiple parts.
Yes.
Like you would do because there's not enough. They obviously couldn't fit it all in. Why are you a prisoner to NBC's rules? Do it on Peacock. Do like a multi-part thing, and then just have it on in a series on Peacock.
They totally could have done like the entire season is devoted. I mean, maybe that would get tiresome, but you're right. Like, take the month of February to do like a 4-parter covering each, decade.
They're all going to feel screwed.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no one's going to get enough time. Right.
Yeah, Andy Reid, the Chiefs coach, the punt, pass, and kick contest. David Autobot says. It's funny because that was a huge thing. Like for most football childhoods, the hockey game was great. JP, LSJP. Isn't that Sarah Jessica Parker? SJP?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. I was suspended for 2 weeks for calling someone an old crow. Says Holden 190. I was watching an old Super Friends episode. I almost brought this with me and it was where the plots are really not that important. Anyway, in the Solomon Grundy in the fucking swamp, they found an old woman with a power source, like an old witch power source, and so this old witch is rummaging through the swamp, and they surround her. And Scarecrow calls her an old hag this is on squeaky clean Saturday morning cartoons, where you can't even throw a punch. And I guess that was okay back then. He just goes, "Where are you going, old hag?" You can't even say that today on you know what I mean? Like that's a no. Old hag.
Hag is fine. I mean, are you thinking because it might be associated with like fag hag or something?
Saturday morning cartoons. This isn't.
Yeah, I mean, hag is not. I think hag is a fine, like where it's not always associated with the term fag hag. So I think they.
I don't know. I feel like it's like one step away from twat. Yeah. When you call a woman a hag, it's like the worst thing you could say to her. It's honestly, it is.
Yeah.
That is traumatizing. Yes, I mean, Housey, after Catcher in the Rye. Yes, William Holden. He thinks he's that deep.
He's that deep.
That's the name of his son. And his other son's Marlon after Marlon Wayans. I mean Marlon Brando.
I mean, if someone called Penny on Inspector Gadget a hag, yeah, that would be traumatizing. But if it's like a witch character, I feel like that's kind of standard.
I watched a lot of superhero cartoons, and I have never heard the word hag used.
Interesting.
On network, 8 o'clock when that was on, it was 8 o'clock in the morning, ABC, when the Super Friends were on. So there is never enough time on that show. Like, there's so many great performers who probably felt slighted that they didn't work him into a sketch. They had a sketch with fucking Pete Davidson with way too much real estate. See, Pete Davidson, and I don't hate him or anything, but he's everything wrong with what Saturday Night Live. See, he is the product of publicists and managers and Lorne MIchaels trying to turn him into a star at all costs. So they match him up with starlets He does. You think he's dating himself? You really think these women are throwing themselves at him? You don't. You have any idea how show business works?
Right.
The manager and the publicist match their client up when they're trying to make a superstar, and they use the names to become more famous from dating.
Right. Are you talking about the Lorraine Newman thing
Yes.
he did? Okay. Yeah.
I thought she was fantastic in that.
She's great. Yeah.
She was like perfect, like just going back in the like corny nostalgia and just schmaltzy. And then he's like that character. Just I understand what they're going for with the it didn't work like they wanted it to work. It was just too. He's basically Pete Davidson's playing like a dope, like a J.D. Harmeyer like guy who is got nothing between his ears and he just can't.
He's a himbo. Right.
Yeah. And so she's waxing nostalgic about the 70s, and he's just going, okay. And it sounds funny, but like they missed it. There's something missed with it. There were certain beats that they missed the moment on. She was great, and he was just like, it just didn't deserve to be in that sketch.
Good. And you know, good-looking people go through their lives with the delusion that they're also funny because people.
Is he good-looking? I don't even know. I don't even. Think
I personally don't think he is, but that is sort of. I mean, as you say, why would he?
He looks like Brittany Griner, the WNBA.
Right. Yeah. I think he's kind of a butterface too. Like he probably has a decent body, or did have you know.
He actually took his shirt off in that sketch too.
Right, yeah, and so him and Machine Gun Kelly have like whatever.
Yeah, the tattoos now.
Right. They have like the tattoos. Sort of like rickety bodies that the teen girls and Twilight moms are craving these days. So I think yeah.
Sonny and Cher are great too. Pete's all the shitty. Yeah, we're so jaded by the tattoos now. Like you could remember when Mike Tyson had the tattoo on his face and everybody was so freaked out by it. Now that's like common. Like women do it. Like you're not even affected by that anymore.
Right.
The face tattoo.
Yeah, right.
The Hillary. Yeah. I'm gonna get a Nancy Pelosi tattoo. Hillary Clinton. That would be so funny. If you like, we had that thing last week. We were talking about if you walked around with the MAGA hats, but you had like a Pelosi hat, it would be like you'd never be able to get away with that. Like running around with a AOC hat or something like that.
Right.
Sarah collects new He-Man Eternity figures. This is a cool chick. I need Battle Armor Skeletor. Just putting the word out. LOL. Yeah, Sarah's a massive He-Man fan. Sarah, tell me when fucking Stratos comes out, because that's my favorite. There's a guy named Sunman too, which I just realized he's a black guy, named Sunman. How bankrupt of a name is that, David? Sunman.
So we're just going to put random nouns in the slots before man or woman, right?
There's a DC Comics entity called the Legion of Superheroes, and most of their names are that bad. There's like a Sun Boy, and it's just like that. The Karate Kid, Ralph Macchio, that actually comes from DC Comics. That is a copyrighted DC Comics thing. I think it was created like in the 70s.
Oh, okay.
So the Karate Kid film had to acknowledge DC Comics, and if you read the credits, it says Karate Kid copyright DC Comics.
Okay,
bottom right, and it's nothing to do with the comic book.
The Adventures of Pencil Sharpener Girl.
Yeah, it's that. There's a character named Matter Eater Lad. I swear to God.
What the fuck?
That's just as bad as what you just said. Pencil Sharpener Girl. That's exactly what it is. It's that bad. Chris, women my age just love him because he's so wounded.
Right.
I don't get it, Chris. I don't get it. I don't get it. I think they're being brainwashed by Lorne MIchaels, hocus pocus.
But he's right. Women have like a Claire Barton syndrome or Florence Nightingale syndrome with Pete Davidson. He can be fixed, and I can be the one to do it.
Her lunch lady arms kept you warm at night.
For G Canada.
G Canada. All right, let's get going.
All right.
First thing, Howard for a Saturday Night Live Part 1. Howard's first attempt at taking on Saturday Night Live. This is not in any chronological order. I just wanted to start with this because I just thought it was a good way to start and get going. The Channel 9 show airs on Saturday night in the late 80s and the early 90s. And it probably missed time. I think the Channel 9 show would have been more successful if it came out either before that or after that,
I
because
agree.
they went against the best cast and time in the history of Saturday Night Live. If there's ever a time to take it on, it's not that time.
Right.
And Channel 9 show, you've seen it. I know you've watched a lot of them. It was far more ambitious than that it tried sketches. It was edgy. It was kind of trashy. It was raw. It was almost like punk rock, but it was very funny at times. Insanely
racist and problematic for sure. But like, I do have sort of a soft, warm spot for the Channel 9 show because you do see some semblance of like all of them trying, and like Howard isn't behind like an artillery grade like desk, he's sitting next to Robin, and it felt like it has a real, I also love that it looks cheap, It has a real let's put on a show feeling to it, which I like.
And I wonder, I know this has probably been said, and it doesn't need to be live. And it shouldn't be. And if I say that about Saturday Night Live all the time, I don't give a fuck. Lorne MIchaels is upset. He has that thing. He thinks he's such a soothsayer. He thinks he really thinks he's Mark Twain. He says something most basic ever. He goes, "It's not ready." I was watching Lawrence O'Donnell. He's like, "I ran into Lorne MIchaels in the elevator, and I said, Lorne, I'm really nervous doing my show tonight." And Lorne MIchaels said to me, he said, "Lawrence, you're not doing your show. You're doing a show because it's 10 o'clock. You're not doing a show because it's ready." And I'm just like, who gives a fuck if it's live?
God.
I want to see the best I want to see the most well done, constructed comedy. I don't care if you're live. It doesn't mean anything to me.
I've never heard such an ode to production for use art as what you just said. Like, let's not even try. Like, if we succeed this week, great. If we don't, I don't care.
Because it gives you a built-in excuse, right? Oh, it's 11:30. Right, that gives yourself an out all the time. That's exactly right. And you, my cousin, and my friend Brendan, we all said the same thing. They go, is there any entity in all of show business that jerks themselves off and pats themselves in the back more than Saturday Night Live does?
No, there isn't.
Like, you couldn't. Every 10 minutes they have a new celebration for themselves.
And you made a point. One of the texts you shared with me, like The Simpsons has been on for 35 years and barely does. I mean, you barely
and
hear
deserves
about,
it. And deserves the recognition, and deserves the props for going that long. Brendan said South Park.
Yes.
What they churn out all the time, consistently as good as it ever was. Chris Rock had that line. He goes, Saturday Night Live, 50 years on the air and 6 of them good.
Right. Yes. Right.
And this show, it's so self-congratulatory that they are congratulating themselves for congratulating themselves right now. So you've just jerked yourself off on a 3-hour special, and now you're sitting there on Instagram and everywhere else congratulating yourself for congratulating yourself. You know what I mean? Like,
yes,
that show was an homage to themselves.
It's...
And then Brendan said Howard is the other guy who couldn't just. He's the only competition for SNL to jerk yourself off, to congratulate yourself with celebrations and awards for. And now with Howard, you're dealing with tantamount or more bad years than good years.
Yeah, and you have the self-congratulatory birthday shows. It's very, it's not exactly the same thing as the SNL thing. I mean, I think the 60th one is probably the closest in terms of like Sarah Silverman doing a song and like celebrities actually kind of participating in some circle jerk with Howard,
My Frank Langella. Oh, that's Davyd name if I ever heard one. He was in the Ninth Gate Housey football. Did you realize that? And he played Perry White in that fucking Bryan Singer Superman movie.
He played Dracula in the 70s.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yep. It's a great reference. That is a Davyd reference if there ever was one.
Yes.
Frank Langella. Solar Douche should be the name, says Edward Rush, the referee, instead of Sunman.
I scored a movie with Frank Langella and William Devane and Karen Black and other 70s actors.
Seaweed Man, Bark Man, Sleeve Man, Puddle Man, Battery Girl. Oh, that's great, Crystalopolis. They sound like you guys. Anyone know The Tick? The Tick was an animated series on Fox that came out when it's a superhero parody type of thing, and it was a comic book, and it was a brilliant animated series on Fox. It came around at the time when X-Men and Spider-Man did. Those are the types of characters they would have on The Tick. It's one of my favorite animated series of all time. Yeah, the Robert Smigel TV Funhouse digital shorts, Tonecott, are the best thing. The Ace and Gary ambiguously gay duo, which they did not even reference on the, is one of the funniest things they've ever done, ever.
Yeah. Right.
If anyone gets a chance, John Hamm, who's like the next Alec Baldwin with that show, they're trying to bill him as like, he'll be the handsome comedy guy for us, take us into the next. I like John Hamm. I think he should have played Bruce Wayne, but he plays the live action version of Ace and Gary with Jimmy Fallon, and they did a live action version of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. You have to see. It's on YouTube.
Okay.
They released it on YouTube. It was obviously the Ace and Gary thing was animated. This was a live action version, and it was great.
Yeah, there's something about John Hamm that I don't like. He kind of I feel like, as much as Alec Baldwin is a smug asshole too, his talent almost makes it okay for me. Like, I just think Alec Baldwin is very, very talented. He makes me laugh on 30 Rock. And John Hamm, I feel like, isn't that funny when he does comedy. But
a lot of uncomfortable things. So you bring up John Hamm there, right? It just made me think. So there's some weird pairings, like a lot of people avoiding other people on the 50th. Two things. So they made a joke to Ryan Reynolds,
right,
and Blake Lively, the whole Baldini thing, which which was ballsy, right? So he got in the same audience. You have Scarlett Johansson, who had that horrible breakup with Ryan Reynolds, and they're in the same space.
That's right,
which is bizarre. And then John Hamm was famously on Twitter eviscerating Kim Kardashian and the Kardashians, saying, "You guys are the worst thing about show business. Just stupid. You're a porn actress who got famous. Now you've started this whole shit brand of your fucking sisters. You're everything wrong with show business." Like, it was a big deal. And there's him and there's Kim Kardashian in the same space.
In the same, yeah. I bet there were a lot of, when you talk to like boom mic operators and cameramen and people, they should have an entire show devoted to them and the dirt that they have on seeing these people just be total divas and fighting and feuding. And
they must make them sign NDAs and stuff. They must have. If you got this like round table of grips and cameramen and shit,
teamsters, right?
Stories they must have. Great Telly Savalas. Living Color was great. Telly, but again, I think what Telly Savalas is, I think what Theo Kojak is responding to is that it doesn't need to be live. TV, it doesn't need to be, and Living Color wasn't live either. It doesn't need to be live. I said that if I were to do SNL, I would do this: the monologues live, and everything else, and Weekend Updates live. Everything else is pre-taped digital sketches, and that's the show.
One of the reasons that Mad TV, I think, was better than SNL in the late 90s is because they did it in front of a live studio audience, but they almost did it sitcom style where they would edit. Like, it's not, they weren't doing it live. They would find places to cut. The actors actually learned their lines instead of reading off of cue cards.
And Mad TV made the conscious decision to go away from politics and really all the biases.
Well, and there's really good
SNL
characters.
and Lorne MIchaels have is they didn't need to do it. They had their own right. And so they went a different direction. It was more wacky and fun.
And I think more committed comedic actors too, where it's sort of like now, and it's hard to compare, like, if the late 90s cast is like Sherry O'Terry and Molly Shannon and Daryl Hammond and, all these people, I guess they're committed comedy improv people, but I just feel like Mad TV in the early 90s or the mid 90s had such a powerhouse cast. Like, they were really, really
Howard
good.
Thing. Remember Pat Kilbean played Howard?
Yeah.
He was good.
Yeah.
They did the Howard thing. I forgot about that.
I love Deborah Wilson. I love.
She's great. She's. I think she's one of the best female sketch performers ever.
Agreed.
Like,
She,
yeah,
unbelievably funny. But the other thing I was going to say was, that's another thing that Lorne MIchaels has kind of brainwashed us as an audience into, like, we just have to accept that we're reading, actors are obviously reading off of cue cards, and you still have to find our material funny, even though they're delivering it with no timing or comedic tone of voice whatsoever, because their eyes are ahead of their voice in a way where they can't figure out how to phrase the line. We shouldn't have to accept that. It doesn't matter if
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
There's no. That's another.
It's so you're so right, and it's almost like they're trying to give you this. They're trying to play the martyr, where they want to give you a degree of difficulty over the actual finished product being quality. So they want to give you this element of danger where they go, "Oh, we're alive and we have no idea. We rewrite stuff at the last second, and we sometimes rehearse." Like, fuck you. Just put out the best comedy. Just make it tight. I don't care if it's live. I don't care.
Such a good point. Absolutely. The idea of this, like, we're selling ourselves on the man versus machine nature of, man versus time, and what can we do in the allotted time that we have. And, by the way, that might be interesting if you showed us, like, don't ever go to commercial. How do you break down a set, and how does the actor change into their next costume?
I love that stuff.
That would be fascinating to see. And then it would maybe keep the adrenaline up for you to accept that you're watching something happen in real time, That's what
made the Gary Shandling show so great.
Right.
Because it made fun of all that. It showed you breaking down the set. It showed you the cue cards. It broke the fourth wall to make fun of all that.
Totally. Yeah.
Ah, man. I again, that's what, and they started to leak out those pre-taped, the digital sketches and the pre-tape, and they're always good.
They're great.
Make the whole show that. Just make the whole show that.
So that goes back to my point. Mad TV figured that out. Like, we can do our sketches in front of a live studio audience, but let's pre-tape it and edit it and get the best takes, and then put it out, and it's hilarious every single time.
Every time.
And then the digital shorts, they are superior because they actually plan them out. They get the best takes. They care about editing and timing of, punchlines and setups and all that stuff,
Eddie Murphy, he's obviously a genius. What he does is just like great. He's actually a really good serious actor too when he wants to be. He was in a movie called that Ted Demme, the late who directed Blow, called Life, and it's a prison movie with him and Martin Lawrence, and he plays it pretty straight. And so he was in, I think, 3 sketches during, and Eddie Murphy's known for being like difficult and aloof and prickly, and maybe has a reason to be. Again, he was in the same space as David Spade, who had that falling star joke, right?
Right.
My point is, if you can get Eddie Murphy to play nice and participate, Dennis Miller and his ilk looks even worse.
It's true. Right. Yeah.
Eddie Murphy was great. They did which Howard created. Black Jeopardy again.
Black Jeopardy, right?
Yeah, that's a Howard thing.
The other thing about Dennis Miller is he's an agoraphobic. I mean, I'm diagnosing him, but I think there's just no way
he's a paranoid, neurotic in a way that's just almost delusional. And he just is, and he knows that being a Fox News hand puppet, I think in his mind, he cannot foresee having a conversation with like Tina Fey, who's super left, like me, and Alec Baldwin, who's super left. He just thinks the entire show, like Rob Schneider, this is the craziest thing I told you. Rob Schneider was seated between Al Sharpton and Ellen Cleghorn, MAGA, Lilliputian MAGA midget, Rob Schneider, in between those two, in the crowd. Isn't that crazy?
It is. Yeah. It's a very, let's blur the politics of who's where, like we're not going to have like a right side of the room and a left side of the room,
I don't know if that was by design or like Rob Schneider's still like very much friends with Sandler and Kevin Nealon. Kevin Nealon sitting all the way in the top. him and his hair, him and his toupee, all the way in the top. And that guy couldn't have. He was so good in his time at what he did. Really, one of the from that brilliant cast.
That would be funny if like all the balding actors had like the upper mezzanine and all of their
they go by hairlines. They go by hairlines. Oh, you would get the first seat.
All of their toupees got special loge seating, you know. Somewhere.
Oh, and I think 85% of the follicles in the crowd were fake, were hair plugs.
Yes, a lot of wig nose wig action.
Frank Langella, I didn't know he dated Whoopi Goldberg. Holden, that's crazy.
Did he go in blackface to the Friars Club?
Oh my God! Imagine that he did that. He goes, "Well, I just figured Ted Danson did it. We all have."
Was Danson there? Was Ted Danson and Mary Steenburgen there? Okay.
They did not. I think they both hosted at some point or not. So every host was invited in the history of the show.
Got it. Okay.
You know what's weird too? Dick Ebersol wasn't there. Dick Ebersol was the Lorne MIchaels in between Lorne MIchaels.
What about Jean Dominion or whatever her name was?
As Jane Curtin. No, I'm sorry. Susan St. James was Dick Ebersol's wife, and she was on Kate and Allie with
Jane Curtin. Yeah.
Yeah, the Tick, Brendan. That's good. Patrick Warburton, Davyd. Putty played the Tick, the live action version of the Tick. Brendan's right.
Oh,
that was on Fox for 13 episodes or something like that. That's great. You remember it. Howsy, you're invited to that Ninth Gate watch along we do. I can't believe a Roman Polanski movie.
And Lauren Marie, if we can ever find her again.
I know what happened to Lauren Marie.
I don't know. We're friends on Instagram. Also, I'll shoot her a message and see how she's doing.
She's very dodgy and moody, and she kind of comes and goes and likes to go away and come back again. And Albert Brooks, he did short films for the early days. Albert Brooks, people love. Okay. That's a good thought, Chris. Are they afraid to show the ambiguous to gay do possibly? I don't think so, Chris, because they showed a medley of R. Kelly, P. Diddy, who else?
They did an in memoriam for politically incorrect comedy or just guests that are problematic. No, it was very funny.
Ballsy and very good.
Right.
And they had Chevy Chase and Garrett Morris yelling the N-word at each other during that. SNL season 6 was a disaster. A sketch called Commie Hunting. Season was so cringe. I don't even know that, Tone Cod. I didn't see that one. That's crazy. The Tick on Fox. All right, here we go. This is Howard's Channel 9 show. Debut, the pilot, to take on. Yes, there'd be no Living Color without 21 Jump Street. Thank you, Howsy. In my opening, you saw Ed O'Neill was doing a monologue, and I only recently put it in there is because Maury Povich said Jump Street and the kids from Jump Street. And it was funny because the gist of the monologue was that Married with Children is so sleazy and shitty and lowbrow that it's embarrassing 21 Jump Street and stuff like that.
They have to share the same network.
This is the pilot of Channel 9 Howard show that had the balls that try to take on the Dana Carvey, Phil Hartman Saturday Night Live years. And I believe 89 is the first episode.
Okay.
What do they have to run?
This is the pilot. This is the pilot movie.
Yeah.
So you're sitting there watching. I wasn't a regular listener in the late 80s because of high school and all that stuff. Just having school, you couldn't hear the show. It was just impossible to. And I was too young. I kind of didn't. I'm kind of like I'm a late bloomer with dirty humor. So I don't know if it would have been lost on me at that time. So I didn't start listening every day until about 91.
So this was broadcast on WOR, which I assume is not like the Howard Stern show wasn't syndicated. The Channel 9 show was on Channel 9 in the tri-state area, I assume. Is that how it worked out?
Yeah. So Channel 9 is WOR. It became UPN after that.
Okay.
It's syndicated and it's not. People told me that I had to ask this on this show. Did you get Howard's Channel 9 show in Oregon? I think Sarah said she got it. And the California people say they got it. And Arizona people say that. So I guess they had syndicated it around the country, and I just wasn't aware of how much.
I'm curious. I'm actually curious as to the totality of how syndicated that show was.
I know.
Because I remember starting up the E channel, like they would have to tell listeners who called in about the E channel, like, call your cable provider and see if you can get it in your city,
And another entity in Howard's life that I want to know what he got paid for, because they'll never talk about it.
Right. That's a good point.
Right. Never hear about what he got for the Channel 9 show. You will get, like, if John or Jackie or what they got for it, because Jackie was a huge part of the writing on the show.
Right.
Kelly Bundy says it was in Jump Street. Yeah, she was in season 2. And they when they went to the Kenny Weckerly, when they went to the mental institution, when Kenny's parents institutionalized him, and I'm okay, you need work is the title of that episode. It was I gave it an A+. I thought it was a brilliant, ahead of its time take on mental illness and shitty parenting at the time. WOR, yes, Secaucus, New Jersey, where they do the NBA replays. They used to play net games during the. No, they didn't, Tonecott. You're right and wrong. They stopped doing it. That was the Daryl Dawkins nets, the Buck Williams, Daryl Dawkins. They stopped. They went completely Knicks in the late 80s. They'd stopped playing the Nets, and I was pissed because I liked the Nets better than the Knicks. And but you're right. I mean, technically, that is a great comment. It's just that net team came later.
Anything wrong?
Somebody had a great comment here about the Chappelle show, that it actually used the Mad TV format. Yeah, Vinny, YNW, Vinny. What is that? What is Y? Northwest would be NW, right? So what would the Y be? MT could be anything. Sure. Chappelle show used the format, and yes. It was so bad. Bobby Lee was their biggest star before it died.
That's true. Yeah.
They had some really talented people, though. It was
they had some
not
great.
A lot of stars came out of there, though.
Yeah, the women on Mad TV in particular were just Nicole Sullivan or Stephanie
Brilliant.
Weir, or just like all
Brilliant.
of them were great.
Yep. It's funny because Artie is one of the most famous people to come out of there to this day.
Right.
They did a Sopranos sketch, which is just about perfect. It was Sopranos on PAX. So you have to edit all the curses out, and it is so fucking good. It is the very personification of an A+ sketch, pre-tape sketch.
Did you, sorry, I won't prolong this, but Nicole Sullivan played the Van Combe lady, sort of like the blonde, racist, homophobic lady. Yeah. And one of the sketches she was in, she was doing red carpet interviews for the Oscars in '97, and what's his face came up to her playing Howard, actually, and she mocks
Kilbane.
Yes,
Pat Kilbane.
And she mocks. We should find that, because she kind of roasts Howard a little bit.
I don't think I saw that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I didn't see that. I did. Hair band soundtrack, so it's like of the time, like in. He even throws like a girl in the opening.
This is very. If we're dealing with poser Howard Stern, this is very Twisted Sister influenced Howard Stern. Yeah,
I think Dee Snider was involved in some of the planning of this too.
Is the hour over yet? I don't believe it. Anyway, welcome to the Howard Stern Summer Show. You know who I am. I'm Howard Stern. Robin Quivers, of course.
All right, Chris. You got to donate first, though. This is what people do. Is like, he wants to see Howard throw again in the opening.
All right, we'll go home now.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. He throws like Ray Stern to the right. Look at his hand. Look at the placement of his hand. I want to see them film this opening. They're pretending to be like all into it. That would be funny to watch them acting in the opening.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
That would be really funny. Is Enough did the intro. That's exactly right. That's a stupid, like, forgettable hair band that came out around that time.
They could afford them.
Yeah. Yep. Chubby says, Robin has never been pretty to me, Just nice jugs. I think she's really attractive in the 90s.
I think
I understand. Go.
I'm sorry. The best I think she ever looked is when there was that whole debacle with Ronnie getting like the party limo for Howard, and she went down in like a cocktail dress to try to get in the limo, and how difficult it was. That's
agree.
the best she ever looked.
Speaking of throwing, she looked great when she was on Kimmel mocking Gary, and she threw a perfect strike.
Yeah.
Down the middle from 60 feet 6 inches, and her form looked better, and she looked great on that. It was like 2010, I think.
Yeah.
Like that. All right, we'll go home now. Is the hour over yet?
He's already getting lazy, and
he's already over it.
Pulling that shit. 2 seconds, and he's already over.
I don't believe it. Anyway, welcome to the Howard Stern Summer Show. You know who I am. I'm Howard Stern. Robin Quivers, of course, who is showing us her new breast implants.
That's right.
I mean, not implants. She had a breast operation.
No, I didn't have.
I'm looking at this the first time. Because usually when we work together on the radio.
Look at Gary in the background.
Yeah.
When I saw the Channel 9 show before, I was a regular listener to the radio show, so I didn't know who these people were. And I was like, what the? I knew Robin. I didn't know Gary. I didn't know Gary when this was out.
Right. The Mount Rushmore of ugly in the background. Who is that?
That's about as bad as he's ever looked. Look at that.
Usually see this much cleavage.
Well, that's radio. I did this for TV.
You've been rather embarrassed.
I'm not embarrassed.
To show me the cleavage. Wow.
No,
we're seeing.
Short hair is tough for broads to pull off. Not a lot can do it. Like Halle Berry, Winona Ryder.
She's
Milano.
in her Grace Jones period here. Yeah.
Cleavage tonight. Very excited.
Very Wakandan, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
In this.
There you go.
We have a beautiful show planned. We've been planning this for months now, and I'm not even sure what we're doing. Tonight's guests are Jessica Hahn.
Yeah.
Which I think we have a really cool thing.
That's a tough booking. Wow, that's really tough to get her.
Yeah.
Fucking Massapequa's own. I would love to see. I want to go back and listen to the radio show around this. So my thing in the next couple shows we do on SNL is I want to find him shitting on SNL on the radio while this is coming out.
Yes.
And
totally agree.
Apparently this did pretty well. And Stamos congratulates him. Did you see that? He goes, "Congratulations, show's doing really well."
Yes, and if you stumble upon radio show clips from 90 or 91, you'll hear them talking about like filming for the Channel 9 show. Like they almost do like an after show breakdown on the radio show, like what, Richard Simmons was mad at us, or that Jackie bombed at Howard's roast, and they'll dissect that, and it's interesting stuff.
Rick the Electrician. I remember this time I was living around Diamond Bar in California, working in Hollywood at Raleigh Studios, where MJ burned his hair. Before this time in LA, everyone listened to Mark and Brian,
right? And
then boom, Howard. If we watched 90210, and David Silver has a Mark and Brian bumper sticker in his DJ booth.
Stern did the Mark and Brian funeral in LA in 92 at some point. He got to LA. I want to say 92 is the first year, or 92. Yeah, if John Oates had Down syndrome, how's he? That's what Gary is going for too. He loves Hall & Oates, and he's trying to look like John Oates because that's all he's got in that genetic hand. That's his apology tape look. Right there.
Davyd Villataro says she looked great at Channel 9, minus the short hair. She looks sexy. I agree, Davyd Villataro.
To do to her, we've been planning sort of like a practical joke on her. You're going to like this. Then we got Belzer coming in to do the news with us.
Great.
We'll be doing a news thing. We also have, what else did I leave out?
All right, so they're already kind of knocking off SNL. They're having a news. By the way, and I'm going to get this to later, did I tell you that one of the things that the bait and switch and the big fat fart of the CBS Saturday Night Show was Howard had lied to the audience and claimed that Norm Macdonald had agreed to do his own weekend update on Howard's CBS show after he had been
he got fired
from
SNL.
SNL. Wow. And then in the press conference that I sent you, they asked him about it, and he just fucking glosses over because he had promised that already. So he'd already
I wonder if it's one of those magical thinking moments where he thinks, well, if I say it, it'll just somehow come true. Like I don't actually have to check in with Norm.
It's also like what's magical thinking's another word, and oh god, I can't think of it. I'll just play this.
Yeah.
Oh, the Zodiac Killer.
Ah, yes.
A rare interview with the Zodiac Killer.
Right.
There's Jackie Joke Page Martling, ladies and gentlemen.
Grandiose is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Grandiose, hollow, empty promises to try to lure you in. It's just a bait and switch. This isn't going to happen, but I'm going to make you tune in because you think Lorne MIchaels, Norm Macdonald, to seek revenge on Lorne MIchaels, is going to do update on my show.
Right.
And we're going to shit on them the whole time, and it never happened. He didn't even appear on it, and it wouldn't matter anyway. They didn't pre-tape anything. It was all bullshit. It was all, ADHD bullshit recuts from the E! Show. It didn't matter. It wouldn't have been on anyway.
And Howard would have had to hire, Jim Downey and Sebastian. What's the writer that Artie's friends with?
Frank Sebastiano.
Frank Sebastiano. Thank you.
That's a good reference by you.
He would have had to hire all those writers to make the Weekend Update as good as it was when Norm was doing it. And he's not going to do that. And they're not going to want to do it,
Frank Sebastiano was somewhat acquaintance of my cousin. And my cousin first, not first out. This is like he'd been out in LA for about 7 years, I think. And he said that Artie's friends and family were enraged at Howard for enabling his
addiction,
and his addictions and his vices and exploiting it. Like it was going on. That was behind the scenes. So they were enraged at the way Howard was exploiting him. Like this is just before he tried to commit suicide and with the mom and stuff. And so that was going on. And Frank Sebastiano had leaked that to my cousin, and he told me that. That was a real thing.
I would love to get an exclusive interview with Judy or Stacey Lang about that period. That would be amazing.
Because they're dealing with they're dealing with the shrapnel now.
Right.
And the way it's all, this is where it's all settled into.
Artie had a period in like 2015 of being like full blown Howard hater, and he was like on that train. And then I feel like
those are good shows too.
When he returned with like Artie's Halfway House or something, he was back on the Reverence of Stern train. Like
a little bit, yeah. And it wasn't as vicious, but Tim Sabean had come in and told him that story about his dad, and then Artie's like, "Oh shit, my radar was right. He is the biggest asshole." I was right. I have no reservation. I have no regrets about what. The stuff with Sabine's dad and Howard fired him when he told him his dad was sick and stuff.
Right.
When Artie heard that story, that just validated anything he'd said.
Yeah.
Galopoulos says he's wearing 2 wigs. Seriously, these are 2 different colors. How the hell did we not notice this back then? How hot is he? Oh, I know. I all the time, Chris. Where were we for that?
Penthouse Joke Page. And we have over in the corner here, frightening Fred Norris as well. And, of course, boy Gary Delabate. Take a smile, Gary, for everyone. Look at those caps.
Oh,
you got some nerve.
Jesus.
Sarah has this in her video. Gary, look at that.
Welcome to the ugly.
Let's go back to that a little bit. All right.
And, of course, boy Gary Delabate. Take a smile, Gary, for everyone.
Sorry, ladies. He's taken.
Look at
the
those
missing
caps.
link.
Look at that.
You got some nerve not having your teeth fixed. Welcome to the ugliest television show in America.
Yes, that's a good line.
What did Larry King say about you? You are quarterback
Playboy
of the all ugly team.
Jessica Hahn's a weird. She had an interesting cool factor about her.
Yeah.
But again, she was like, anyone else who put their, you cannot put your stock in Howard or bet on that horse because he will turn on you and everything Howard touches dies. And she definitely was a product of that. She realized how he will leave you for dead if you are not in the right showbiz strata.
Yeah. Remember
Jessica
when
married with surgeon created, right? No, okay, that's okay.
No, I just remember the infamous Sam Kinison calling Jessica out for not being there when her mom died or something.
I just listened to that.
Yeah.
Sam is in one of these clips I have where he says that he met Dennis Miller at the Letterman show, and then Howard goes off on Dennis Miller. Mark and Brian are also on the Brady Bunch reunion. Holy, I didn't know that, Rick. Jesus Christ. Remember fucking Wally Marsha's husband, Wally, owned like a toy company. And that guy did like a lot of voiceovers. Remember that he had like an afro and shit. He's like a much uglier Barry Williams. His name was Wally, and that was Marsha's husband, and he owned like a toy company.
Larry King talking about me. And then we'll bring out Stuttering John. We have some interviews too that I think you're gonna like. Who's on those interviews, Gary?
Dick Clark.
Look how nervous he is. This is Channel 9, you schmo. This is nothing to get nervous.
See, this is Howard's really different. He's really reactionary and on, and he's funny here. He's funny in this time.
Yeah, I'll give it to him for this. Yeah.
See, Gary's a great guy to have because it empowers and galvanizes Howard to feel more confident and funnier because you have him there as a punching bag.
Yeah.
Like what guy would do this? Oh, I have 6 sidekicks while I do this, and they're all going to make me feel funnier and ready.
Yeah, because a drowning man needs as many life rafts around him as he can possibly have. So,
Two Master, you nailed it once again. That's exactly right. If that ever was a thing, Howard was never going to pay Norm Macdonald anyway, and his agent never would have went for it.
I bet Billy West like got a hold of Norm, and I mean I'm kidding, but like
maybe he did, like on fucking Futurama or something. Like
yeah,
maybe
there's no. This is not a guild. You're not getting again.
Do not do free labor for this guy.
Right, exactly.
There's Tamara Francois, everyone. Welcome, Tam Fran.
Hi, Tam Fran.
I'm thinking of having her on for the next one.
Yeah.
I don't know how knowledgeable she is about SNL. All right, Tamara, we'll only talk about black characters. We'll only talk about black cast members when you're on. The whole show will be about Eddie Murphy, Chris Rock, Tracy Morgan, Ellen Cleghorn. That's all.
People are freaking out. This is Channel 9.
Okay. Dick Clark, Walter.
Joe Franklin called me yesterday. Joe Franklin called me.
What did he have to say?
He basically said how excited he was that we were coming to Channel 9 and how beautiful the show's going to be and how exciting it is.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, well.
Well, I think it's funny because Steam Pipe Alley is in hiatus.
Holy shit. Do you know what Steam Pipe Alley is, David?
No idea.
It's one of the Mario Cantone. You know Mario Cantone from Sex and the City? He was the host, and it was a local Sunday morning kid show.
Wow.
And Mario Cantone hosted it. I can't believe I remember that.
That's obscure. Wow.
And oh man, that is such a reference of the time.
It's really incredible.
Yeah, and I want to say something to the children of America. You're safe now because Steam Pipe Alley is in hiatus. Well, do me a favor.
How phallic does that sound? Steam Pipe Alley and Mario Cantone is hosting a kid show.
Letting off some steam through that pipe.
Oh my God! Does anyone have the episodes of The Black Woman Was Born with No Arms? Yeah, I have them all.
Celeste or something.
Yep,
yeah,
I have them all. David knows the Channel 9 shows better than I do. For Christ's sake, you literally weren't born.
Well,
like,
because they're all
born. You were just born.
I was just born. Yeah, and I I plugged I had that right by my crib, the Channel 9 show.
Damn. I guess your dad watched it, right?
No, I mean, I found it on YouTube when I was in my Howard fan phase in my 20s. So
your parents are as proud of you as Sarah's parents are of her. It's crazy.
Yeah. No,
it's crazy.
Yes, I'm very grateful.
I'm proud of you. I told you that yesterday.
I'm proud of you too.
I'll read the Larry King thing in a second. Just cut into Jessica Hahn's dressing room. We have a hidden camera in there.
This is
We're going to freak her out.
Oh, this is great.
We're going to turn into a mental institution tonight.
That's a hidden camera.
I just want you to see that.
There.
And look how cool it looks. There it is. That is Jessica Hahn, and we will do scams on her. So Larry King says to Playboy, disc jockey Howard Stern, once more.
Howard is obsessed with, this is the weirdest show. Like, he just, like, there's no format right now. He just said, all right, I'm just going to read an article on Larry King. Right. I don't know, Jessica Hahn's. There's no format. And he's just kind of almost like he's winging it in a glorified way.
Marveled at how a guy.
You got to remember, too, he's going against that Saturday Night Live. It's such a, I got to tell you too, as a Gen X kid, and I'm in high school, and stuff, and I don't know what I was in here, but I'm in high school, and like, you wonder, like, I'm the opposite of G Canada. I stayed in all the time I never went out. How could you? This is on Saturday Night Live with Carvey and Phil Hartman's on. The NBA is, there was a lot, wrestling was on. There was so much shit. I'm not going out.
Right.
There was so much good shit on Saturday night at that time.
And I do wonder, like, a lot of content that is popular with people right now is just like YouTuber, like us, who have just kind of a cozy hangout show. And I wonder if that was also one of the things that made Howard different from SNL is that it is kind of just like a cozy hangout show at the end of the day, you know?
It is. And I think I've heard kids don't go out as much now. Like 20-somethings don't go out as much now. They don't drink as much. There's so many options at home. And I got to tell you, if I had the video games these kids had now, and if I had a fully developed internet in my 20s and late, I don't think I'd ever gone out. I would have skipped school all the time. That's for damn sure. I never would have. I barely went anyway. I never would have went. The time you saw me in the beginning of the show at the high school basketball video, that's the only day I was there the entire year.
Right.
Guy who looks like you has managed to score with so many women. Care to tell us how you do it? That's Playboy asking Larry King, okay? Larry King says, it's kind of funny for Howard to say that. He's quarterback of the all-ugly team.
Wow.
There he is. Now, I admit I am not a real good-looking guy. I don't say I'm a great-looking guy, but take that picture of Larry King. Can you put that, like, next to my face? Okay, I admit, all right, I'm not the greatest-looking guy, but can you see that?
What a weird show this is. Like, there's nothing like this on TV at this time.
It's true.
It's not even like a talk show format. He just comes out, and it's not even a monologue. He's just like, what? You're not just like tuning in. You're like, what the hell is this? And you didn't know who he was, and you're like, he's just pissing on Larry King. Like, it's just...
He had also just had the failure of the Fox pilot, and that was done in front. It was the same kind of format, but the big difference here is there's no studio audience.
Yep.
And I wonder,
do you think they should have had a studio? You think they should have had a full-blown studio audience?
Well, my memory of the audience for the Fox pilot is that they didn't really know when to laugh. Like, it's and
you don't because he's not telling traditional monologue jokes.
Set up punchline jokes,
yeah.
right?
He's just like kind of throwing insults and stuff, and it's in a weird rhythm and cadence. You're right. That's a great point.
I mean, this is closer to the radio show than it is to a TV show in that there is no live studio audience. It's like it's the radio show with visuals and maybe a little bit more organization to the format.
You got to remember too, the audience in a typical audience setting on TV, whether it's a stupid sitcom or a traditional comedy show, talk show, they're like trained seals where they know the cadence of when you're supposed to laugh after a while. Like when you go to a sitcom, there's this setup shit where it's like every 7 seconds they go, and the audience kind of knows to go, ah. And that's the same thing with the traditional talk show. You know when they want you to laugh. On this show, you're not spoon-fed it.
Well, but also I think that they probably, like, Howard is so cheap, especially with the Fox pilot, that they didn't know, nor did they investigate like how to actually do this, where it's like, we need a warm-up guy and we need and we need like an applause guy and we need you
can do free labor for us. So as Two Masters said before, right? How can we get this in under budget so Howard makes the most money? We're not going to pay anybody.
Yeah, so we're going to get an audience that isn't sort of fluffed by the right people to know how to be a reactive studio audience. So it's like, they're an audience that doesn't know what they're in for is a very heavy thing to lift.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I got something you can fluff, pal. Sky Spectre said, "This is crazy. So some of the fans like don't know this ever existed still. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a long time ago. This is 33 years ago.
Yeah. And there probably
more 35 years ago.
There probably were like 70 or 80 episodes of it too. There was a lot of
once a week and
2 seasons.
Comparison? Yeah, maybe I am as ugly as him. when a teeth thing.
No, I think he edges you out. I think just by a nose, he edges you out.
I think our noses are pretty similar. I had Richard Simmons over my house.
I really think we should have Tamara on, David, and do what I just said. Have nothing but black clips of black performers the entire show. Chris Rock, Eddie Murphy, Tracy Morgan. I think we could do it.
Who's the guy in the late 90s in the Sherry O'Terry cast? Oh God. Like dreadlocks at times.
Tim Meadows?
Tim Meadows. Yeah.
He actually came before that. He was actually more so. He was on a long time, but he started with the Spades and the Farleys in the late early 90s. He goes back that far.
Yeah. Kenan Thompson.
Yes. Last night was like the It was Hollywood night at my house.
Is that right?
Yeah,
I didn't even talk to you about Richard's night at your house.
I had Richard Simmons over, and I talked to
You are obsessed with Richard Simmons.
Obsessed with Richard
Simmons.
Simmons.
And Howard's family. You almost to the point of Mark Harris. And you are obsessed with the feud that Mark Harris is involved in with Richard Simmons.
With
that
Richard
Simmons
Simmons.
doesn't know that he is in the feud.
Exactly, right. Mark Harris came onto the radio show one day and said, like, do you know they're calling me the handsome Richard Simmons? Like,
who's calling you that?
And exactly, it's like, who is they? Who is this they you're referring to?
Well,
right?
have you know, they're calling me the handsome Richard Simmons right now. Do you guys part the? Yeah, Eddie Murphy was great in that.
It was Tracy Morgan. Yeah,
he played Tracy Morgan in the Black Jeopardy. But that was taken from Howard too, Tamara.
Yeah,
Black Jeopardy. There's a Crown Heights Jeopardy I have in my
Channel 9.
folder.
Yeah,
yep.
His job.
Yeah.
And he convinced me never to do it.
So racist.
Because he knows too many people who have screwed up their voices.
Is that what happened to his?
He didn't have a nose job.
Oh, you're kidding. That's his natural
that's
voice.
His natural. That's his natural voice. That's why he talks like that. Because he didn't get a nose job. But anyway, what was he going to do here? You want to bring up Stuttering John? Okay, I want to...
By the way, speaking of Larry King, Norm Macdonald played Larry King on SNL, but before Norm, Kevin Nealon played Larry King.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The Norm one, they're both really good at it. They both did a really funny job in a different way. Norm's one was really good because he mocked... Larry King used to have a USA Today column, and it was innocuous little dots,
musings, right? Yeah,
little musings, whatever. It was so sanitized, and he would not even commit to like a full opinion. He would say like, by far one of the best football teams in all of Ohio has got to be the Bengals, and one of the best. So he wouldn't even commit to saying like one of my you don't leave the Browns out by saying that. So he's like one of the best. That was the column. No shit. That was the column.
By far, one of the best things is a gas range stove, not an electric.
Yes. I can't believe Costco lets me in with just a card.
We sent out Stuttering John. Come on out here, John.
This is, what do we call John?
Stuttering John.
But I mean, his title, is he a reporter?
He's a reporter.
That's funny,
Stuttering
John.
John.
Got Larry King's World Leaders, and Howard's kicking his show off with Jessica Hahn.
I know.
And I like how John got dressed for TV. I like the rings and the... yeah. Show him your rings. Very nice. Dressed for TV.
Look at John's rings here. You know, Tamara, he had to do the show, and the format for him to be familiar, there's so much successful on Fox. Also, he's trying to be rock and roll here, so he tells the staff, we're going to be the anti...
Be as MTV as possible.
Yep. As close to MTV, yes. I mean,
it's nice that they made such a nice set and everything. Then we have John with
with
his devil.
Tamara, yes, this is when Ralph really garnered his purpose.
Yeah,
he is dressing him along with Dee Snider for this shit.
The most physical dry humping you will ever see between Howard and Ralph occurs on the Channel 9 show.
Okay.
As well.
Do you remember which one that is?
I can find it. I think it's where Howard was dressed as Ted Kennedy, and I'll find it.
Okay.
Somewhere.
We'll do it next time.
Stuff.
I even brushed my teeth this morning.
All right, good. And he's in the mood to stutter. I like it. All right, so what happened? We sent you over. Gary, come on over and help us out here. We sent you over to the Emerson Radio Awards.
Yeah.
Which is a sham.
Okay, I'm gonna compliment John here, and yes, it will go to his head as everything does 1,000 times over. But so here we have Stuttering John, right, doing his interviews, and they were great. He starts his Channel 9 show off, and the very first thing he does is go to John's interviews, which suggests that the John interviews are the most important part of the Howard Stern radio show.
Right.
Because this is what he leads with. Right? It just shows you this is how I became familiar with the show. When I tuned in, I almost thought John was Howard, because you knew, like, the casual fan would go, "Oh, Howard Stern, is that that Stuttering John guy who goes around asking wacky questions?" People knew when they didn't know the radio show.
Yeah, and I bet there's something with like the ratings where they measure how much you kept people through the first third of the show to the commercial break to the second third of the show to the commercial break to, so getting this in at the top is a good way to keep people tuned in.
Thank you. That's exactly. You want to grab them immediately. That's exactly right. Tendrils, thank you. Welcome, Tendrils. Arm is right. What he wanted to do his own control on SNL. Nothing to do with That's right. When Howard was asked to host, instead he did just a weekend update pop in with Norm doing the news,
right?
And that is because the hair is the biggest issue too, right? The vanity part is where they would catch his hair transplants and hair plugs. In addition to he couldn't control the whole show's content.
Yeah, Tony Coburn is no Jack Nicholson, so she couldn't get in the doors.
I'd say it's where all disc jockeys get together and give themselves awards. Let me see Walter Mondale.
That's real
Well,
good.
the only reason I would say Alison Steele, because isn't that
I spit on her.
the one where John spit
Yeah.
at her? He got in the middle of a stutter and he spit in this woman's eye.
All right, watch this. This will come up. Here it is.
I voted for you. Good. No,
Well, I'll tell you right now, Ralph was born in 1965. This is Ralph is 24 here.
I'm gonna make that statement. I am a Democrat, and too bad the Republicans keep on winning, but we gotta beat them, right? All right. Listen, how do you get the name?
Look at John flying the Democratic flag even back then.
How'd you get the nickname Fritz? My middle name is Frederick. So how does that? Fritz is a derivative, I guess. Kids call me Fritz. Were you afraid that Ferraro would get cramps in office? What's the next question? Okay, I'm sorry. Did Billy Carter ever vomit in the White House? I stutter. I'm sorry. No, that's all right.
Did you ever see Morley Safer with Stuttering John? I think it was Morley Safer, and he goes, John asked him a question, and he goes, I prefer to take my questions from a journalist who doesn't use friggin' in their questions. Just, it's like Mr. Feeny saying friggin'. Like, it's just like so funny when a hyper erudite intellectual says friggin' like that, condescendingly.
I'm not talking about that. No, Billy went through he's dead now, and Billy was an alcoholic. And like alcoholics, he do damn cool things.
I think that also he's trying not to laugh at John's stutter. I think that's what's going on too here.
I'm sure.
And your stutter gets worse, right? As you get more nervous.
That was the best one. The
No, I hear you. I'm going to say one final thing. Could you...
Now, for these guys, it's a very big moment, right? Because they're not... Howard's the only one who's been on TV. And they're... The E! Show's not on yet. So in terms of, like, Tri-State, it's a really big moment for John and Gary and Fred and Jackie. They've never been on television before.
I mean, it is sort of the early wave of, like, if Stuttering John and Gary and Jackie and Fred were excited about being on television, it's the same excitement as Sal and Richard and Truly had going to Syria. Like, Howard has led people off this cliff so many times in his career where it's like, here's the next plateau and it's going to make us mainstream in something beyond radio. And then
also,
it never does.
Too, when you go into Howard TV, they're so excited to have part of that they're not going to ask for money or think why, some Screen Actors Guild thing. They're just going to be like, oh, God, I just want to be on. That's great. And they know that. Howard knows that these guys will just do anything just to be excited to be on this thing where he gets all the money. Again, one of my dream money research things I want to find out is what Howard got officially paid for the Howard TV service. I want to know that. I can't get a straight answer.
Can I ask you a geography question?
Yes.
What is the drive from 600 Madison to Secaucus, New Jersey, if they had to go tape the show right after the radio
Saturday?
show? Well, I think
they
filmed it on Fridays, if I remember.
Okay. I think you're right. I think it was Friday night, right after the show Friday.
After the show on Friday, they went to Secaucus.
This is a great thought by you. Let's say there's very little to no traffic. I think someone in the chat probably knows better than I. I don't know New Jersey that well, but I know this is close enough. And I want to say it's probably... See, Howard would be coming from Westbury at that time. And Gary's in the city. I think Fred is also... Let's just say New York City. Let's forget it. You can actually probably take a PATH train. I'm going to say 40 minutes, a half hour, something like that.
That's not
if
as
I had
bad as I
guessed,
thought it was.
ballpark.
Okay.
Welcome, A. Smith. Good to see you in there, A. Smith.
Did you wish Howard Stern luck for his new summer special?
Yeah, I wish you luck, Howard Stern, for your summer special. How's that?
Thanks a lot.
Can't beat that.
Big fan of yours, man.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, cool.
Maybe I should have let John
Very nice. Who else is cool that you interviewed? See, we actually can't get stars on this show. We've interviewed Jessica Hahn now 9,000 times. So what we do is we send John out to sort of...
Give Howard credit here. He's owning the fact they can't get anyone to do this.
And Howard played into that as like a comedic self-deprecation thing. Like, look how low rent my show is. Isn't it hilarious? And it is. And
you
it's
can just keep going back to that well, right? Anytime you're at. Yep. It's endearing because you're kind of acknowledging you're self-aware of what this is.
Right. So was that the first on-camera Stuttering John interview? It must have been.
Davyd, that is a brilliant observation because there is no e-show.
Right.
That is the very first time you ever see John in terms of a visual video because this is 1989. That's a great observation by you.
And he wasn't there for
there was
the Fox
no
show.
video format. There was nothing before this. Even the pilot, the Channel 5, take that out. This is airing and this is on and this is the first time.
And he wasn't on the show when they did the Fox pilot, so
no.
So this is the first
they
time.
didn't use him during
for
that,
sure.
right? No Billy West, by the way, right now.
And Billy does have he plays some people on the Channel 9 show. He plays the evil hotel magnate, the woman who Leona Helmsley, sorry.
Yeah. That's
so he does have some bits.
He comes in later, right? But he's not in this He's not in this.
Not in this particular episode.
We go where the stars are since they won't come to us.
Right, exactly.
Want to do Paul Harvey? Can you imagine John and Paul Harvey? And,
Or you want to see Alison?
Look at Howard shoving VHS tapes in.
Or you want to see Alison Steele get Hock the Louie on?
Well, not only Alison Steele good because he spits on it, but they're
Steele's a
probably
DJ.
some of the worst questions ever asked.
All right. Check out Alison Steele. Here we go.
Allison, yes. What's the wildest thing that ever happened to you sexually while you were on the air?
This is one of Howard's questions. Nothing sexually ever happened to me on the air.
Come on.
He actually sounds like Penny Crone.
Fox like you.
I have told this to Howard a million times. When I'm on the air, I'm working.
All right, now is
How
it
do
coming
you
up?
make love to a Negro?
Oh my God! Right out of the gate, 5 minutes into the show, there's the first racist comment. The night bird
Without
right
getting
off.
target.
I don't divulge my private life on the air.
Oh, come on, Allison.
Oh, what? Come on.
Have you ever made love to a Negro?
Listen.
Wow. Did you ever see this, Davyd? This particular
I
segment?
I binged all these years ago, and then I knew which ones I had were more entertaining to me. I don't remember this.
They want to say the hard ER.
Right.
He's saying, have you ever made love to a Negro?
Right, like
And
it's 1967.
If you're tuning into this, you're like, what the fuck is going? This is crazy shit to just be on, and Channel 9's fine with it.
Yeah.
That's crazy. If you saw that, have you ever made love to a Negro? It's not even done out of irony. It's just they think it's just funny to hear that word and hear that question.
Right.
They want to say the ER. They want to say the hard ER, but they won't say it. They're not taking the risk.
Well, and I think there's a little bit of they want to play on the white guilt of the people that they're interviewing as well. But yeah, I think it's mostly to get that word out on the air. I agree.
Crystallopoulos, who's very discerning when it comes to compliments. You got to really earn them with them. Says, Davyd, you hit that out of the park like Miguel Cabrera. I have the Gracias Miggy, foul base, his last name. He's talking about your observation, I think, about John.
Yeah.
First time he's ever been on. Tamara Francois says, I know the word he wants to use, and I hate this.
If I were to tell, look, when someone asks me about me and Howard, do I tell them?
Okay. She looks like the woman from the Medical Alert commercial, doesn't she? You know?
I've fallen and I can't get up.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
All right. I'll get on something a little bit more.
That commercial is such a hack comedian evening at the improv joke to make fun of that. For
like,
if the first person to say it was cute for a couple months, and then everybody started using that as a punchline.
Also, any woman over 55, Howard would have said that about. You know,
yes.
It's not even like he's that honed into what that woman looks like.
Old hag,
Right.
From Scarecrow and fucking Solomon Grundy, Jackie's chortles.
Tender. So, do you still use tampons?
Good. I'm going to give you an award for bad taste. How about that?
All right.
That's something. Look, I don't discuss politics. I don't discuss religion. I don't discuss my toilet habits, and I don't discuss my sex life. Now you can have what's left.
All right, then let me ask you.
Then you have no use to Howard whatsoever. None. He has no show if you take that out. And it's a shame because he could have a great show. If he doesn't need that stuff, I said this all the time. That's like my least favorite part of the show is that shit.
Right.
What's older, your hairstyle or your teeth?
Okay, I'll drink to that. Let me think now. I'd say my teeth.
Okay, I'm going to pay John another compliment. The more I watch, and I've done a ton of looking at old John interviews in the last couple weeks, and I've obviously been, hyper aware of it for a long time.
Right.
It is such he puts himself, and he can't say this enough, in harm's way to such a degree that Howard would never stoop to. You know the balls you have to ask these questions to these people? Why Howard makes all the money and reaps all the benefits from it. And it's could you imagine how nervous you would be asking insults like this to this? It's even worse. Of course Howard doesn't. And Howard's excuse is, oh, well, they know me. They're not going to be. That's okay. Do it anyway. That's okay. Yeah. They know John. That's okay. Do it. They know you.
If anything, if they know you, that will soften the blow because they're expecting it. Unlike if they don't know Stuttering John, then they're not expecting it. And, I don't know.
Tamara would have clocked John. I agree. And who would blame you for punching him?
Yeah.
And, and John will do anything to get on the air, to get airtime. And this is all he'll do anything. And this is the very personification of, quote, doing anything.
Yes.
Putting yourself in harm's way.
Your teeth.
Yeah.
Okay, Allison. I really appreciate it.
John, it's a real pleasure. And if you come up with any more smarmy questions, let me know.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Very nice. I've never seen you.
There's times where it's not meant to be derogatory, Housey, but this was meant to be derogatory. Yeah. They want to use the hard ER.
Quite that handsome. Wow. Good stuff. I tell you what, why don't we take a break? Come back.
Okay, let's skip around here and see if I can find anything else. I might go to the next sketch. Okay, this is Snapple with the infamous Snapple commercial. And what do we got here? Gay Pride Parade? Oh, there's Bells. This is Bells. Belzer comes out. Now, ironically, Belzer was the first warm-up guy on Saturday Night Live and has a really kind of hating history.
Thank you.
Jessica, you've
grown so much. It's nice to see you've turned into such a legitimate person.
You do, Jessica.
Look at this. Look at the side profile of Fred.
Yeah, with the mullet.
But look at his nose.
Oh,
he makes Streisand look like T-Boz from TLC. Look at that Aquanet hair, right, Pellel?
Jessica acting now. Yeah. This is let Jessica play with the live commercial, and then we'll do the news.
They're all media whores.
Now look.
This is one of Jessica's old lovers.
This is just a cool way to get extra dollars for the television show. This is one of Jessica's old lovers, all right? This is Jessica.
There's a profile, Rick. There's a schnozzle. They should have a nose fight with Fred and Howard right now. It sounds like a nose, like a fucking, they call it a sword fight in the gay community. Right. Have a boner nose fight with Howard and Fred. Look at that schnozzola.
A deviated septum fight.
Deviated septum.
Big Dick. Dick Lewis. Jessica, you like Big Dick. You want to talk to Big Dick? Here, Dick Lewis. Hi, Jessica. Hi. Look at those implants. My God almighty. Dick Lewis is watching, and he is watching Jessica's breast right now. That's why he's... No, he's not. And you found it for $90. Nipple.
I feel overdressed.
Here it comes.
You put it in your
I
lap.
was trying to get it on with Jessica again. We're going to do the news now, and we're going to bring Belzer out. Richard Belzer, of course, the great Richard Belzer, the great comedian.
The politically
active
comedian.
Richard Belzer, who likes
I don't
to
know
do
if
the
he's
news.
active. I know he likes to talk
make
politics.
Fun of him and politics. Yeah, like nobody else.
Bells. Here's Bells. Come on.
Here's the interesting thing
I tried to
about
get
this.
Mr. T here today, but...
Hi, nice to see you. How have you been?
Good.
Lovely to see you.
Hey, look how nice
Hello,
Bells dressed
Howard.
on television.
Thin bells.
That's right.
Very thin black
How are
Duke
you?
bells.
Bells, you're a rainbow. You look gorgeous.
I'm not showing enough.
Yeah,
Where's
right.
the funeral bells?
Let's see those
I
nipples.
feel overdressed.
Let's see those nipples, Bells.
How's that?
Very few people know
Yes.
that Richard Belzer is a celebrity, of course, in his own right, but his wife, of course,
You know how SNL is the thing with that show, people go, oh, you don't realize every line is scripted. If you go off the page, you're gonna get fired. Everything they do is this is the antithesis of that. This is absolutely there may be an outline at best, but they could just do whatever they want here. There's nothing about this that's scripted. And the funny thing is, you have Dennis Miller on NBC doing news, an update, and he's the knockoff of Richard Belzer, who is doing Howard's news right against him, which is bizarre. I don't even think they know that.
And was Belzer coming into the radio show to sit in for Robin's news like before Miller?
Yeah,
did
he
Weekend Update?
was as regular as it got with that. Yeah, he was, he's like a news junkie and he's the perfect guy. He was really like tailor made for that shit.
Right.
is a great star as well.
Belzer was a Scarface. I didn't know that.
And we should show some of. She was the star of Lady.
And that's a joke because of Belzer's complexion. Belzer, Seal, and Bryan Adams. And who's that guy? Robert Davi, that crazy conservative actor.
WOR, right?
Right. This is
Okay,
WOR.
so, all right, go
okay.
ahead.
She's the star of Lady Chatterley's Lover.
And Lady
Right.
Chatterley's Lover 2.
And Lady not to forget Lady Chatterley's Lover 2.
The
And
sequel.
here it is.
So nice, they liked
in
it
the
twice.
dressing room.
Her name is Harley. Here she is.
This is Mrs. Belzer.
Yeah, I dig his wife big time. Not the maid.
You can't show this on TV.
Sure you can.
No, you
You
can't.
can bleep out certain words. There she is in the tub, doing her lesbian
You know, we
scene.
have her blocked out a little.
This Belzer made a lot of money. He sued Hulk Hogan for giving him a sleeper hold on Jesus, what show was that? Oh, Belzer had his own show. So Belzer was hosting a show, and Hogan came out and gave him a sleeper hold. Like, look, this is how wrestling is fake. And then A. Smith goes, I want to see more. I'm surprised Melvin's the one not saying I want to see more. Melvin's already finished, by the way, A. Smith to that.
Melvin's got a Siggy button cuddling right now, so...
Pellel says, Misery loves company, Chad. Anthony came on. People say Howard was funnier. Howard was funnier, Pellel, in these 90s years. I'm genuinely laughing at everything he's saying right now. There was a time when he had that thing. You know, it's the Edge from Jackie. He definitely was funnier, and he's certainly the first. He does need people writing for him, though. That's the difference. And Anthony's definitely more on his own, without a doubt. But I've already been laughing at Howard. You've caught me half dozen times already at this time.
Yeah.
Belzer's show, front face lock, put him to sleep, and then was there, and Mr. T was there as well. Before WrestleMania 1, and then Belzer successfully sued. I don't know if it was Hogan and Vince McMahon, or just Hogan, and he made a lot of. I don't know what the number was, but I think it enabled him to move to France. It was like a lot back then. So Channel 9, let's show you some of the sketches they did. This is Crown Heights Jeopardy. Brace yourself, Tamfran. This is some racist shit. Right out of the gate, Fred's voiceover is ridiculous. If you don't know New York City, Crown Heights is an area in Brooklyn, which is considered to be one of the most crime-ridden black areas in all of Brooklyn, like Brownsville and stuff. And so this is if you don't know, it's pretty localized reference, even though Brooklyn's a big ass place, but this is considered to be one of the worst areas in all of New York City / Brooklyn. Get it? Why don't we do, Old Westbury Jeopardy, and we'll have an all Jewish show, and we'll see how that flies.
Well, Bethany Frankel phrasing things in the form of a question.
Here's our host, Alex Treblack.
Yes. Thank you so much. I am Alex Treblack, and I am the host of Crown Heights Jeopardy. This is the game which tests your knowledge of current affairs and the world around you. Now remember, Robin,
Yes.
and all friends at home, this game will finally settle this whole Crown Heights mess.
Ah.
Representing the Jews today, we have Chaim Goldwasser. You are a Hasidim from Crown Heights, is that correct?
Yeah, so there's two sects. The Hasidic Jews and black people. So that represents all of Crown Heights, what they're doing here. So they're matching up the two demographics.
And I think in the news at this time, there were sort of gang fights between...
Yep. Big ass. Yes.
Between the two. So that's why they're doing
riots. Yeah, it was a big fucking to-do back then.
Now, let's tell the truth. There's been some speculation. These are real? Your pigtails are real? Payas are real?
Yes.
They are. Now, does this represent that a lot of Jews don't like to pay for a haircut? Or is this a real...
Okay. If there's not the very definition of a Jackie joke...
Right.
Howard says this is representative of Jews not wanting to pay for a haircut. So he says this, and Jackie cackles like you've never heard, thus knowing... Jackie
that a lot of Jews don't like to pay for a haircut? Or is this a religious significance?
It's a Talmudic significance.
Talmudic significance. If you grow your hair long, you should grow your hair long. And what will happen?
You should never cut your hair.
You should never cut your hair. What would happen if you cut your hair?
It has been tradition of our people for many years.
Right.
That we have not done it.
Right.
David, is that a character? Is that someone playing a Hasid? It seems fake.
No, it does seem fake, but I don't remember there being a reveal at the end, like, oh, it was, the Channel 9 producer guy, Dan Foreman, or anyone,
Okay.
Better. It looked better that way.
You cut it. Well, this is our...
See, already the blacks are starting in. Yeah! The black down there is starting in. As you know, Rabbi, you are a legitimate rabbi. Okay, Rabbi, you know that you are representing all of the Jews of Crown Heights. Let's hope that you win, or the blacks win, or the officer wins. Whoever wins will settle this Crown Heights dispute. It's a very sad situation.
What does it mean when they win?
When they win, that means they win for their people, and that means the Jews win, then the blacks have to shut up.
This is so crazy this is on TV.
I know.
Just that casual language about just saying the Jews, the blacks, the Jews, the blacks. Just even that is like, wow, it just throws you, like what Rick says here. This is pre-internet, so this show is like watching the Twilight Zone for the rest of the country. It really is.
And I wonder how scrutinized WOR was by the FCC in a way that NBC, CBS, and ABC weren't, maybe, and Fox.
You see, I think if we listen to the radio shows around this, we'll find that out.
Right.
Because that's what I want to know. I want to connect the radio show to this airing and how he handled that.
There is like a public access feel to the show too, and I just don't know what the standards are.
And I don't even know how you know the term public access at your age.
You mean 200? Yeah. No, I know it.
Mike Tyson and Jay-Z both came from Brownsville. Yes, Pell-El. And how's Belzer sued, and so did John Stossel after David Schultz, Dr. D, slapped him on 2020. I remember that too. That's a good one. Dr. D was supposed to be at WrestleMania. So he was a bounty hunter, by the way, Pell-El. It was crazy. The most dangerous occupation. Howard never did blackface. Yeah. It's this whole show is blackface.
Yeah.
Canada.
I think he did it like a total of 4 times. Right.
Yeah.
If the blacks win, the Jews have to show up down in Crown Heights, right?
What about the officer? Officer Simpson over there.
The officer is there to separate the two of you. Now, you are Officer Roger Drool. You're an ex-cop. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you served as a cop in Brooklyn and Queens. And you are here to represent all police officers, as far as I'm...
Sky Spectre goes, I've never, ever seen hips like Howard has on an actual dude. I know. Isn't that crazy?
Childbearing hips.
Weirdest fucking physique.
Concerning the Crown Heights affair. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And you know the game Jeopardy?
Yeah.
Tone Cut, I agree with that. Sometimes, like, the crew laughing is better than an audience. It just seems more, David? It's like...
totally. Because they're trying not to laugh. So if they do, it's like, oh, this must really be funny. And Jackie's laugh sounds funny. Like, he has a funny sounding laugh. It's very contagious.
Crystal Apple says good points. You know, the Real Hasids are cartoon characters anyway, so it doesn't even matter. He's right. Bad Hygiene, #1 John's Hookers in New York City. That gentleman in the black hat is familiar. You look, Daryl. Are you talking about Daryl Mack from Run DMC? Or let's see. She might be right. Let's see if we can.
All right. Well, we'll wait till you get to category Jew Paris.
I
thought that was now, as we know, we have our two black contestants.
Why are there two black contestants?
He looks a lot like Chris Rock, but it's not Chris Rock.
African American. Yeah, African. You want to be called African American?
Yeah. It's strength in numbers.
Of course, African American. The reason you're two is they felt more comfortable in a pack. That's what they told us.
It's strength in numbers.
Now, you were in the movie House Party. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was in the
You go by the name Chill.
That's right.
All right, but of course for this game.
Oh my God, Autobot's on the same page as me. Yeah, Daryl Chill Mitchell from Run DMC.
Wow.
Are known as, we're going to give him an African name for tonight. He cannot be called Chill for purposes of Jeopardy. It will be Malcolm Excrement.
I can work with
Malcolm Excrement.
Oh my God.
You, of course, are Tyrone Frazier, the great.
It's pretty sacrilegious to make anything derogatory about Malcolm X, even if it's in a joke form. It's like, it's pretty sacrilegious to do that.
Well, also, he didn't give the rabbi some parody name.
No.
You know, Howard's showing his bias here, you know.
Oh, totally. But you got Jackie writing these like stinging Jew jokes. So that's going to counter that at the same time. This is Howard very early in his kind of like, who would do? So loving dressing and drag. He tries to play Madonna in a sketch. And so they read a hate mail from a viewer. And they show you Howard playing Madonna, and I put them both in the same thing.
Right.
Deal of mail concerning our parody of Madonna and her film Truth or Dare.
Boys, I want you to put your genitals on that frying pan over there, turn it on, and burn them.
Look at how comfortable he is playing Madonna.
Yeah.
Look at this. He loves this.
Yes, do it for Madonna.
So you get that they're she's so promiscuous that you go to the bathroom and this is how you piss. Everyone's got diseases. Everyone's disease.
Right.
Do it, boys.
That's really crazy though for even Channel 9.
With regard to that show, we heard from Donna Dietz of Edison, New Jersey. This is what she had to say. I'm writing to protest the violent, perverse, degrading, and abhorrent pornography depicted on the Madonna Howard Stern show. Something is seriously wrong with WWOR's decision-making capabilities. Hey, Donna, now you think that was disgusting, huh? Now watch this, all right?
It's like Glenn Lance in Nightmare 1, right, Debbie?
Totally, yeah.
Jesus. That's not bad for Channel 9. Look at Jackie marketing himself with the Joke Man t-shirt.
922 wine.
Now,
44 waist
finally in our mailbag, with regards to the lovely Robin Quivers, we got a letter from Robert Wiltse.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Telly Savalas. You're right. You're absolutely right. And I will do it just for you. And I'll make it
Columbus,
look organic.
Ohio, who writes, what the hell is this? Dear Howard Stearns, I think Robin is a very sexy lady. I wanted to ask, could you send me an autographed picture of Robin in a sexy pose? Please, nude if possible.
John, you use the N-word a lot.
And a very sexy one at that, of our own Dan Foreman.
Hey, Davyd, that's like George Costanza
Yes.
posing on Seinfeld.
Doing his boudoir shot. Yeah.
And this predates that by like 4 or 5 years. That's exactly how George Costanza
Yeah.
posed. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. This is pretty fucking innovative. Like, I'm sort of just like, it's so racist.
Yeah.
That it drags me away from that. But there are genuinely funny, raw sort of punk rocky moments.
Right. I mean, that's the thing is like, whatever is funny is in spite of Howard's best efforts to just keep it like problematic,
Everything is racist. Like, look at this. This sketch is called Black Folk with White Features. And he has on from the Cosby Show. What's her name? Sabrina LaBeouf.
Okay.
So she played the oldest sister, not Lisa Bonet. She played the oldest sister.
Captain's log, supplemental. As much as mankind has advanced in the last 1,000 years, nothing.
Oh, this is a Star Trek parody. Let me.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what? We'll just play this. So he does a. Saturday Night Live's already done Star Trek parody, so they do like a crazier one, a racist Star Trek episode where they use Uhura, who is the black female on Star Trek.
Gives me a Woody, like two babes making out. Mr. Sulu, warp speed ahead.
I'm sorry, I did get it in here. It is this one.
Okay.
Daryl Mitchell has been in dozens of movies. I didn't know that. He hadn't heard of him before that. House Party was his first. Thin Line Between
he's in
Love
Galaxy
and Hate.
Quest. Okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
Black folk with white features. The show that asks the question, is you black or is you white?
How bad is that? Like right off the bat, like just that. Go ahead.
So when Sal would do like, who was the blind governor of New Jersey that Sal did the horrible
yeah, and they was making him out to be right. That voice is Fred's voice is worse.
He was doing that kind of Amos and Andy voice for that, and Howard criticized him like, "Why are you doing that voice? That's horrible."
On Sirius. Supposedly there's no rules.
He could but also that like.
Thank you, Howsey Patterson. Yeah. Thank you,
Patterson. Thank you. Sal could go back in the history of the show and pull this up and be like, well, Fred did it and you condoned. I mean, you had to record Fred separately doing that voice. So you planned for Fred to use this voice.
I want Fred and Howard to be accountable for this.
Right.
I don't even want it just Howard. Because Fred's a writer on this. He knows exactly what he's doing. He flies under the radar too much. I want Fred to get hit for this too.
Yes.
Black folk with white features. The show that asks the question.
I think this is worse than Sal's.
Yeah. Keep playing. I'm sure it'll get worse.
I think it's got a harsher tone to
Black folk with white features. The show that asks the question, is you black or is you white?
I don't know.
And now the man with less than prominent African.
How about when Donald Trump Jr. Look at this. So Chris Rock goes on to play Nat X on Saturday Night Live after this. And it's the exact same outfit.
Wow. Maybe SNL was lifting
after this
stuff. Yeah, right.
Yeah. And he has a huge afro. It's very similar to this. And it's called Nat X.
Features Howard Washington Stein.
I dig that music that we have at the top of the show, Robin. Hello, everybody. Look, my hat on straight?
Yes, it is.
You know what this here X is for?
No, what is that for?
That stands for extra crispy.
Oh.
See?
Already. So they're making fried chicken jokes. Now, this fucking repulsive weasel fucking comedian, Tony Hinchcliffe, did the fucking Republican convention, and he made not just a Puerto Rican joke. He made a watermelon joke. He made a black people an awful hack fucking joke that would have been hacky in the 70s if you made that joke.
Right.
A watermelon joke. It wasn't done out of like, oh God, look. It was done. I'm making a watermelon joke. Look at how edgy I am. And then he's trying to act like Puerto Rico. Oh, it's garbage anyway. No, that's who you are. And that he got wiped off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
For that, and should have. And I'm glad he is. Good riddance. I hope you die. Just kill yourself. Thing is just as bad, if not worse, here, and it did nothing to him. How he hasn't been canceled.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's like there is kind of a because he's surrounded by Robin and Jackie and Fred and Gary and Starting John laughing at him. It is sort of like a you do get this feeling of, as an audience member, like, well, I guess it's funny. Everyone around him is laughing. So
Robin is the key thing you just said.
Robin is the key. Yes.
So he thinks, I got Robin next to me. How could I be racist if my co-host sidekick is black?
Yeah.
I mean, we've
Robin
heard that one a million times. Where Robin gives him a pass to be racist. This is crazy. This is just like, well, you just said Uncle Tom, and you're just going along with anything he does. You see green, you don't see black. This is crazy racist.
Hey, man, see, when we think of a black man or woman, you think of like Florida, or maybe you think of Mammy. But many of us do not wear.
Mammy is, that's kind of a slur in the black community using that.
Yeah.
You might as well just say the N-word. It's really just as bad. Like, that's...
Our race on our sleeve. You see, man, I am a black man, and I am born to 2 black parents, yet I can pass for a white man.
Are you upset that you can pass for white?
Excuse me, Robert?
Are you upset?
Wiped off the... I don't mean Klan rallies, too, Master. I mean commercial TV. I mean just in the mainstream. I don't care who's going to see. I don't care what Klan members are going to see him. I don't care what Rogan fucking adjacent jagoffs are going to see him. He's a piece of shit. I hope so. I hope someone black and Puerto Rican just takes him out as he's walking through his fucking limo. Fuck him. I don't care who's going to his shows. It's a Klan meeting. That's who's going to his shows.
That you can pass for white.
Oh, of course I'm upset, woman. I am not accepted by blacks because I'm too light-skinned.
Uh-huh.
And whites think that I'm too black, see?
So where do you fit in?
Well, it's hard to say. You know, why do I sound like Soupy Sale?
I don't know what you're doing.
Even like just butchering the black impression like Howard's doing here and losing the voice. Like, it's even worse that you're not even... You can't even take the time to do a legitimate black voice. That, you know what I mean? Like, it's that's even more racist that you won't even take the time. They're so beneath you that I'm not gonna even do a legitimate black voice. I can't even do that. Can't even muster it up to do that.
Do you remember? I think Benjamin found that clip of like in the mid 80s when he was on WNBC. He went on a talk show hosted by a black host who, like, Howard started doing his black voice to the host and got embarrassed and stopped doing it, and the host was like, "No, keep going." Like I forget what the guy's name is, but
A. Smith has a great thing here, Davyd. Chris Rock steal Howard's high school years with the "I Hate Chris." That was a syndicated show. Guess what, A. Smith? There is something to that. Howard Stern, the high school years is similar. Guess who one of the head producers and writers was on that show? Frank Sebastiano.
Oh, there you go.
Right?
Yeah.
That lends credence to that. It was perhaps somewhat lifted from Howard.
Yeah, these ideas, they go into the septic system of development for a couple years, and then, you know, when history has rightly forgotten them, they get picked up again out of the gutter.
Statute of limitations. Like, oh, they're not going to remember that. That's what I used to hear about the comedians that would steal other comedians' jokes, that they thought that guy was stuck locally, that he'll never advance to the national stage, and I could steal his material locally and no one's going to know because he's stuck. That's what Howard did to Steve Dahl, by the way.
Yeah,
in Chicago. Hello there, peoples of New York. It's an honor and a pleasure. Yeah, Ben, that's exactly right, Benjamin.
Right, that Sal sketch, yeah.
That was Sal, right. This is a little different verse. This is Howard portraying Larry King with John Stamos.
Yeah.
Larry King.
My guest tonight is the wonderful star, John Stamos. He's the star of Full House and Blackie on General Hospital.
Why do you think he chose Stamos? Right. Because his name was Blackie.
Right. Which is weird, but also like, but yeah, of course, Howard's going to get as much juice out of that orange as possible.
Sarah, I know you watched this shit. I know you jerked it to Stamos in those soap opera years.
General Hospital.
Why on earth was his name Blackie on that show? What the fuck is the backstory behind that name? Why? What? That, like Davyd just said it. Why is that the name Blackie? That's your name for him? Why? Blackie. That's like saying call him Darky. Call him Darky.
At least Uncle Jesse is a little, you know, like.
I know. Tamara says, if I remember correctly, during the 80s and 90s, the movement of black acceptance started around with Malcolm X and black pride with the African garb and things around the neck. Yes. And like, I think it was people were wearing Malcolm X hat, not even knowing his history, as Autobot said. Robin, I wonder if Robin was a listener and not getting paid. I know, right? Imagine that. If Robin, that's a great point, Pello. If Robin was a listener, how would she react to this shit? That's such a great question.
And Robin talks about in Quivers of Life that when she took, there was a portion where of time where she took like 6 weeks to on like a mental health break or something to make a decision about if she was going to go with Howard to K-Rock. And in that time, like Howard decided to move on without her. I'm kind of forgetting the details, but but Robin went to the paper saying that, Howard is a racist, that she says that in her book.
I know.
And she was right,
Look at you quoting passages in fucking Quivers of Life. I don't even think she remembers what she wrote in that. How about that?
No, she
I don't
doesn't.
even think she remembers it.
Yeah.
Tony Hinchcliffe is gayer than Davyd. That's
Yes.
crazy. That is true. Is he out? Was he out of the closet, or is he doing like a Jim Ward thing where he's gradually just kind of?
No, I think he is just very effeminate, and so that's one of the things that's kind of hurled at him a lot. He's not out. I mean, if he is gay, he's not out, or right. I don't know about it.
He's got a little David Spade in him too, like that's sort of like just a shittier David,
right.
Dollar Tree, Great Value David Spade in some ways. John Stamos was fine here, says Tamara. Let's see. This is prime John Stamos for sure.
Banana
Yams. The Professor is a Depp movie, and he plays a professor who has a death sentence, and he tries to do this sort of carpe diem thing. It misses Banana Yams. I don't know what it is. It doesn't capture the collegiate experience. It seems out of touch. It seems off. It seems like I wish I could have co-wrote the movie. There's beats. I don't like his wardrobe in it. He tries too hard to look like it. Like it could have been like black and white. He tries to wear like an old, almost like professor cosplay of a college professor. Right. It's a decent try, I guess. Something's missing in it, and I don't know what it is. I can't put a finger on it. I got to watch it more again because I've seen it twice, and it's not hitting the right notes. I love that premise, the sort of I'm going to die, let me live each day as if it's my last. It didn't. I need more recklessness.
Yeah,
I wasn't getting that in that. Thank you, Banana Yams.
How's the football set? Petey Green is the host I was thinking of. It was a show in Washington. Howard did.
Washington. He was a Washington DJ. Yes. Right. Fucking Don Cheadle played him in a biopic.
Really?
They did private parts of fucking Petey Green, and Don Cheadle played him. And one of the reasons I got pissed at the show and Howard, Don Cheadle was running around Sirius promoting it, and he wouldn't have him on.
Oh, interesting.
Big star, great actor,
yeah,
tons.
Absolutely.
How are you not having Don Cheadle? They had him on Geek Time.
He got relegated to Geek Time.
I swear, Howard's so fucking stupid with his guy. Sarah said I had a bootleg of Clyde Drexler shirt, and the X was 20 times larger than the other letters on it. Holy shit, that's so funny.
John, did you ever read my column in USA Today?
Yes, I have, Howard. Larry?
Tendrils goes, yes, Tamara, so fine, so fine. Whatever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paperboy, evening TV.
Larry, look at this.
I'm sorry, Larry.
Look what I wrote here. I think Donald Trump's money helps him get girls, don't you? No matter how you dance.
That's really funny. So he was doing the fucking Norm parody before Norm was.
Right.
He's goofing on the USA Today column. That's great shit.
Prance, the last 2 drops go down your pants.
Oh, dear.
John Stamos, welcome.
Thank you.
We'll be opening up our phones in a few minutes. Stamos is not your real last name, is it?
It's short.
I miss Stonecott. There's a way, and this is going to be a compliment to Howard, get ready, of the delivery that it wasn't even just having Robin there. It was something about Howard's presentation of it doesn't sound as racist as when Imus does it. I can't explain it.
I think I can. Howard is presenting this whole show, whether it's the Channel 9 show or even the radio show at that time, was very vaudeville. It's presented with that kind of old show business delivery where Howard delivers a punchline and then Jackie responds to it by laughing immediately. So you've got the tension of the racism and then the release of Jackie laughing. And so it seems like that chases it away. And with Imus, I think it sounded like it was more deadly serious.
Yeah. I think you just had that whole harangue just so you could say vaudeville.
I'm basically making a huge wedding cake to take one slice now and then just throw out the rest of the cake.
A brilliant metaphor. You are a smart man. You must have like a 185 IQ. That is a brilliant metaphor. God damn it. That's something I lack, is the great metaphor. I think I should go to like metaphor school.
You read me Stamatopoulos longer.
Stamatopoulos. Can you spell that for us?
No, I can't.
That's Stamos' real name, right?
Yeah.
How do you spell Stamatopoulos?
I can't spell it.
You really cannot?
Yeah, it's too long.
That's Greek, huh?
Right.
Hey, what the hell is souvlaki?
Stamos' look right here is probably 90% similar to Depp on Jump Street around this exact same time. The same outfit, the same hair, the same earring. It's very similar.
What is that stuff? And gyro?
I can't spell that either. It's actually, is that a penis or is it a nose? What is that, Larry?
Hey,
it's a whole...
What's with you? What is the big deal?
It's a whole thing.
I'll have you know I get a lot of girls this way.
I'll bet you do.
Let me ask you this, John Stamos.
Yes, Larry.
Do you ever have jungle fever? Have you made love to a black woman?
David, they can't go
30
seconds on this show without making a black reference. It's crazy. They keep going back to it.
They had early on the Channel 9 show, they had Richard Simmons on, and they also had Young MC on. And young MC was dating a white woman at the time. I forget who.
I forgot that. Yeah, good catch.
Oh, you know who it was? I think it was that. She was she wasn't a Playboy model, but she was one of the models that kind of hung around the show in that. Anyway, but Howard did like a whole list of white women who went with black men or something. I mean,
yeah.
Right.
Gaga's going, oh, Stamos. We definitely need to do. I actually would be willing to do a Stamos show. You easily have enough on him.
Yeah.
His relationship with Howard. There's a ton you could do with that for Radio Gaga and all the broads in there and tendrils and Tamara.
Not today.
No, I don't mean today. In general, have you ever been with a black woman?
In life. Well, I guess, I guess so.
You have?
Yes.
2 girls at the same time?
Amy Lynn, yeah.
Ever?
I think my mom's watching, Larry. I can't talk about this kind of stuff.
And now, let's get a few questions for Blackie. Uncle Jesse. John Stamos, who, by the way, is going to have a big TV show that's coming on ABC.
Right.
And that'll be on tomorrow night. Watch Captive, where you are...
Can we hold hands, Larry?
Where you rape.
Yes.
Do you rape...
I will if you want me to.
No. Not...
What a weird interview this is.
Are you familiar with the 2020s internet phenomenon of gay baiting?
No.
So it's basically straight guys who sort of, it's usually like really hot guys who are like workout bros or whatever, but they sort of, they act like they could maybe be gay for you if you're part of their gay audience. They're into women, but they in order to get more numbers viewing their channel, they'll hint that they would maybe do something gay with you. And that's kind of what Stamos is doing here.
I have no idea that even existed. Howard wishes his comedy was darker than Don Cheadle's taint.
John Stamos, formerly Blackie on General Hospital. Blackie. I'm Larry King, and this is my fiance, Amy.
Amy.
Isn't she great?
General Hospital.
By the way, watch John Stamos as he's captive tomorrow night on ABC TV. You got to be excited, John, because that's going to be great. You'll be able to get engaged to a lot of different women after this movie that you're doing, Captive.
Captive.
To me, I see everything as ways to get engaged to different women. I love to be engaged. Amor.
Howard is obsessed with Larry King divorce jokes and ex-wife jokes.
Right.
Like that was just such a huge thing with them. How many times was he married? 6 times or something? 7 times? Him and Geraldo.
Right. Yes, that's true. Yeah, I think it was around there.
So look at who calls in. His ex-girlfriend, and I had no idea this existed until just a few hours ago.
We have a special phone for Blackie. Special phone call from Los Angeles, California. Is this Paula Abdul?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
This is really her.
Wow.
They were boyfriend and girlfriend, I think, and they just broke up, and they maintained a friendship.
Wow, Paula Abdul, everyone.
Wow. isn't that nice?
Now the two of you are...
Yeah, you know, there's a DJ, Howard Stern, that was kind of saying some bad things about her and stuff.
Yes.
And he got on the radio today.
Howard Stern is a schmuck to say anything bad about Paula.
And he was sorry, wasn't he?
Paula, how do we prove to the people that it's really you and not Billy West on the phone?
Wow, Billy West reference.
How can I prove it?
Please.
How can you prove it?
Sing a little of Straight Up, please. Please, for our audience. A little bit. One line from it, please.
How could you tap dance?
I'll dance to
Yeah, I'll
it.
tap dance on the phone.
Can you tap?
She's a cold-hearted snake. Oh, look into his eyes. Uh-oh, he's been telling lies. We have to assume that's about Stamos, right?
Tap dance.
Yeah, I can tap dance on the phone.
What can you tell us that no one would know? Only Paula Abdul would know it. Only Paula Abdul could know this.
Tell her how much you hate Howard Stern.
How much do you hate that Howard Stern?
I don't hate anyone.
Well, you should hate him. He's obnoxious.
He's a bum.
I didn't know Young MC was Dr. Dre's brother, Tam Fran. I didn't know that. Wow, I had no idea. That's crazy.
Is Paula Abdul with Emilio Estevez at this point?
They're dating. That could be right around here. They definitely were a couple in that time, yeah.
I think they were married. Weren't they married at some point?
Were they officially married?
Let me look it up.
Emilio Estevez? I think they were. I think you're right about that.
Let me ask you this.
Radio Gaga says, I met Stamos at the Playboy Mansion in 2010. He was drugged up out of his mind and wasted. Is that when he got the Dewey? Could that be when he got? Remember he got the Dewey?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
Was that around that time?
She was married to Emilio Estevez from 92 to 94. So it was just
okay. That's
that.
after. This is before that. This is before that. She was, if anyone doesn't know the power of Paula Abdul, she's a massive pop star. Like in the vein of the way kind of, I don't want to say Taylor Swift, maybe Katy Perry is now.
Yeah.
Massive. Man, I guess she had two albums.
This was her peak time. Yeah.
The two of you, are you still in love?
I always loved John. He's my buddy.
I'll always love Paula.
You two kids are so cute together, I swear to God.
We ought to just do a road show of Deliverance or something like a.
Sarah says Stamps is hot until I saw his belly button, but I got creeper vibes with Uncle Jesse and Michelle.
Well, that whole
show.
Grease. Oh, that's what we're gonna do.
The thought of the two of you is so beautiful, each one perfect. Wouldn't it be perfect to watch them make love? You two should make an X-rated video together. Would you? Did the two of you ever make an X-rated video together? John Stamos first.
Blackie from General Hospital.
Would you two ever consider doing something like that, where all of America could see two beautiful young couples making love? Paula, would you ever consider doing an X-rated movie?
No way.
No way at all. Not even with John Stamos, formerly Blackie.
Formerly Blackie.
He thinks I'm Rob Lowe or something.
Would you? You would never do that, would you?
Of course not. We did, but we wouldn't do it again.
Okay. Does anyone know that, sir? Rob Lowe
made a sex tape.
Made a sex tape with a 16-year-old, right? At the Democratic convention.
Yeah. How is he allowed to be in show business? How I don't understand.
He actually acknowledges that. I think he wrote a book, and in interviews he was sort of owning it. Rob Lowe. He was just like, I'm lucky. I'm it's for again. He gets. Does it seem like Rob Lowe gets another show every 2 weeks on Fox or something like a drama where he plays a doctor and then an EMT and they get canceled? Stamos is the same thing. He gets another every 3 weeks. He has a show and it gets canceled like in a month. I've never seen anything like it.
So this was a 1980. I'm looking this up really quick. It's a 1988 sex tape and.
The U channel, Davyd. The U channel says 10.
No idea what that is. Yeah, but more than So more than 2 decades ago, a home sex tape, which included the actor, was leaked to the press. In the grainy tape, Lowe starred in a steamy encounter with a then 16-year-old Atlanta girl identified as Lena Jan Parsons, known as Jan, and her 23-year-old friend Tara Sebert.
Can I guess Lowe's age? Was he 24?
1988. Let's see. Rob
Born
Lowe.
in 64. Yeah, he's fucking 60. Chris Rock just turned 60, by the way, yesterday.
Wow.
Like 2 days ago, or last week or something. Isn't that crazy? Chris Rock is 60.
Despite the need for any time, remember Lowe 55. I'm just looking for was there any retribution for Rob Lowe? Like why? It's on film. There's no question
it's on film, right? It's not a theory, right? Tone Cott, yes. He goes, I go 2 steps forward, I go 2 steps back. I opposites attract. That's Scat Cat. Hold that thought. We should be lovers.
So wonderful to have you on the air with us, Paula Abdul. Can you believe John plays a rapist in his new movie?
Oh my
It's
God.
pretty exciting. You're not going to believe it. He's excellent in this movie.
The two of you didn't practice for that, did you?
No, he did that all on his own.
Did the two of you ever get into any spanking?
Rick says she dated Mark of Mark and Brian as well around this time. What?
Have the two of you ever spanked each other?
I'm going to spank you in a minute.
I want to thank Paula Abdul for joining me and Blackie, John Stamos, Uncle Jesse.
Oh, Cold Hearted Snake is a little before she dated. Wow, it's very close though, says Gaga. Let's go to actual Howard radio stuff. Okay, this one is rare. I'm trying to think of where to start with this because there's so many ways I can go with this. Let's go to. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Coming off a cold. This is Dennis Miller in his last appearance on the show. And this is 1992, September. And he's coming in to promote hosting the ESPYs, although he claims not coming. Oh, you want to do, you know what? Let's do Billy Crystal first because they're shorter.
Oh, okay, good.
This is Billy Crystal. As everyone knows, this is the famous Stuttering John and Billy Crystal one we've all seen a zillion times, right? And I'm not going to play. And after that, there's another one. They find Crystal again, but this time it's Gary Garver. So this is John and Billy Crystal.
Fair. Who are you? Paul. How's it going? From where? From XRK.
So, this is a very famous Stern moment. Yeah. Everyone brings it up all the time. And Billy Crystal is promoting coming out with
Saturday Night too.
Saturday Night. Again, that's an era that you know very well.
Yes.
You might have even been portrayed in the movie. And it's a very special moment for Billy Crystal. He's very proud of this movie.
Yeah, they portrayed my retirement party in the movie.
There's actually a really good line. It's not a bad movie. It's just that we think of it as like goof because Howard goofs on it so much with John. Right. It's actually fine. It's a noble attempt by him. There's a line in the movie I like a lot. He said that he's like, I want to be the guy that walks into a comedy club after he gets famous and they all look at me and they say, why him?
Right.
All the comedians who haven't made it look back and they say, why him? That's a line in the movie. I think it's a really, really good line about Schadenfreude.
I mean, it's honest,
Yeah, in comedy.
Are you glad that you're the only guy who can handle the Oscars?
I'm not the only guy who can handle the Oscars.
Well, David didn't do as good a job as you, Bill.
David did great. I love what David did on the show. He was terrific.
Will there be a Mr. Saturday Night too?
Yes.
So right about here, Crystal's starting to boil. Like, by the way, did you see his fucking toupee?
Oh, God.
In the crowd.
Yeah,
Did you see how bad that thing is? It is crazy. And why now? He's like 74. Like, why now?
Well, I was thinking, like, why the resurrection with him and Meg Ryan for When Harry Met Sally for the Super Bowl commercial? Like, why do we need that reunion? Who cares?
The statute of limitations, they waited so long that anybody that cares about it is like either dead or just doesn't give a shit anymore.
Right. Like, does anyone even know that delicatessen anymore? Even that scene,
Still will.
Oh, yeah?
That's true, Rick. She was Janet. Wasn't she the choreographer for Janet Jackson? Paula Abdul?
Was she? She might have been.
She was.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, the Laker dance team right now. Yeah, every chick's dream that moved to LA was to have the Paula Abdul trajectory, right? You go there, you're a Laker girl, you're a dancer, and then eventually you become a pop star. And like that her trajectory is exactly what every girl that moved to LA wanted to do. That's the dream, you've made it. And she's not a great singer or anything, but she's likable and she found good hooks.
Okay. How many years were you married before you cheated on your wife?
So you can take this to Howard, right? And you can shove this right up Howard's stupid ass, okay?
Well, you don't like Howard anymore, Bill?
No, because Howard dumps on me all the time.
I'm going to play John another compliment. You know how hard this is to ask him that fucking question?
Yeah.
You cheated on your wife. And John's like a fan of Crystal. I believe that he is. You know how the balls you have to do to get in his face and ask him this without trembling? That is so different. And then Howard reaps all the benefits from it while he just sits there and cackles at it and makes all the money.
And Billy Crystal is clearly like he's I mean he's probably like not that physically threatening, but just his demeanor here is like boiling teapot. You know, like
This is how John is towering over Billy. John's 5. I walked next to John on 57th Street in like 2002. I must have had him by. I'm like barely 6 foot, 5'11", 6 foot.
Yeah.
I was towering over him, and John's bigger than Billy Crystal, to give you an idea of how fucking small he is.
Billy Crystal, over him. Right. You know, Billy Crystal is basically Billy Barty.
It's like George Murasan and My Giant.
You can shove this right up Howard's stupid ass, okay?
Well, you don't like Howard anymore, Bill?
No, because Howard dumps on me all the time, and you know, it's just not fun when you have a thing like this.
He said you don't like. Look at him grabbing John's wrist, and you're kind of wondering if he's gonna punch him here.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking, because he's like he's trying to control himself way too much.
Now John is implying something I didn't realize. Apparently, Howard was friendly with Crystal before this. So I have my next video. There's a picture I found which was crazy. It was an eBay photo, and I turned it into a video, and you'll see it's bizarre. I'd never seen it before.
And, you know, it's just not fun when you have a thing like this, okay? And now you'll do this on a show, and you'll all laugh and have a good time, but it's not fun, you know?
Well, Billy, we're all big fans of yours, Billy.
Yeah, right.
No, really, I'm a big fan of yours.
Good. Then you don't come and sell stuff.
Yeah. I'm trying to look at the people in the background, and I can't recognize anyone.
Yeah.
He waves them off, and again, you know, to my knowledge, Crystal's a pretty stout, staunch family man. I don't know if he's had any, you know, I think he's been married to the same woman for many, many years. It's not a lot of shit with him in show business. I'm sure he's been a dick at times. That's for sure. I mean, maybe, but I don't know of any scandals with him at all or anything that's kind of shady.
I was going to say, like, was that line of questioning based on something that Mike Walker digged up? Or
I don't know.
Dug up,
I was thinking the same thing. Is there gossip on him cheating on his wife, or did they reconcile, or he just says that to anybody? Like, saying that to any celebrity could spark something. Like, oh, when's the last time you cheated on your wife? There's a way that I believe I could handle that if I were Crystal. I believe I would be good. You know,
well,
but you can't expect someone to not fly off the handle when you say that to them.
And the way the question is phrased is because he said, like, when are you going to stop cheating on your wife? I think is what he said. And that's sort of a presumption.
Like it's an ongoing thing of
like
gossip.
You're already doing it. I'm not even asking you to say one way or the other. I am presuming that you're cheating on your wife, you know.
Rob Lowe is hosting a game on... Oh, I know, right? Thank you, Gaga. Hey, it's every 2 weeks. He has a game show, a sitcom, a fucking drama. It is great. Go, if you look... I'm not asking you to do it now. You get a chance, look at Rob Lowe's IMDb and just look at the last 20 years. These shows that don't go like 5 episodes. And I'm not even saying that he's not talented or anything, but Jesus Christ. It is. You would think it's going to fail. It's not going to work. His name doesn't do anything anymore. It's just like Stamos. Okay, so with that, I go and found, I did it today, and this is again like, Gary Garver gets to Billy Crystal in the year 2000. I know you can do that Conan thing, but I don't know the voice for it right now. So Gary Garver and Conan and Billy Crystal. Here we go. So I want you to look at the picture I found off eBay.
Okay.
Before I play it.
Well, here's a great one.
What the hell is this?
How?
What the hell is this? This is Billy Crystal and Howard. Circa what? 92, 93?
I'm going to say 94, 5, or 6. That hairstyle is not the Louis XIV Channel 9 hairstyle. That's his like mid-90s.
I know it's after Channel 9, but I think he went to that look. Yeah, whatever. 93, 90, something like that. 94. What is this? Where are they?
I have no idea. I mean, it's always so weird for me to see Billy Crystal without facial hair too. I'm used to him having like a beard. Are they in the hallway at K-Rock? Because
I don't know. I don't know of him doing the show. I don't know of him ever doing the show. If he did it on WNBC or like pre-1990, maybe I didn't hear it. But I have no idea. This is like an event they're at.
Well, but think of it this way. If Howard was going to an event, I feel like he would have dressed up as the Howard Stern character. This looks like his, Sunday painter smock hanging around the house at K-Rock garb that he would wear on air.
I don't, and then, they both know fucking, what's his name? The producer. Why am I blanking this guy's name?
Oh, Ivan Reitman.
Ivan Reitman. From Crystal done movies with him too. And that, that I have good footage from 97. I have, we did a, which, McDowell's ripped off. We did a Robin Williams the interview that never existed.
I love that.
Really good Radio Gunk show we did, and I went and I found an Ivan Reitman interview where they talk about what Crystal and Robin Williams think of Howard, like right at the moment. It's really good. It was when, and then I think the Private Parts fictitious box office thing comes up during it.
It does.
And they bust him.
Ivan Reitman says, like, I'm so disappointed that the movie didn't do better. Howard has no choice but to own up to it. And he said, Howard says in that moment, he says, like, I mean, I don't know what people were expecting from me. I've never made a movie before. Like, now he's totally backtracking on his like bravado of, I know how to make movies better than anyone in Hollywood. Bullshit, so.
See, they're McDonald's. I'm McDowell's.
He did make the show, thank God.
This is a Gary Garver interview. Gary Garver ran into Billy Crystal the other night. Where was this?
I'm not even sure.
This is post-Oscars?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's just last night.
Okay.
And Billy...
Tone Cots, right? Like, I mean, Crystal knew right away, so he had that smirk on. Like he
has that defeatist, like, all right, let's get it over with kind of.
But he goes along with it. But I agree with Howard in the sense that you should be able to make something out of that. You don't need, he's super uptight. But again, I cannot blame someone when you make a wife is cheating on you comment that maybe his wife is going to watch it. I think that I would have rolled with it. I know I would have, but I can't blame him.
He loves us.
Yeah, he's a real fan. He has no sense of humor. I'm going to play an interview with Dustin Hoffman.
I'd be like, yes, I cheated on my wife then. I'm going to cheat on her after this, during this. All week, I have a mistress in every fucking. That's what you say. You just go you lean right into it and shuts them down. I have a mistress more than the NBA players do on the road. It is crazy. You have no idea the sex I have.
You think would have no sense of humor? Has a total sense of humor about these questions. You wouldn't even take these.
Sarah, I agree. Mr. Saturday Night 2, you could actually do a second one.
Yeah.
You can't, but with that character, you could. You really could, and I wanted to. That never got said. Housey, he doesn't actually say that. He just says, it's not fun or anything like this. It's not fun or anything like this.
Yeah, the clip that they always played where it's like, it's not funny. It's not fun. What was that
not
from?
What he says. It was an impressionist.
Oh, okay.
And then they turned it into this fake thing. He didn't say that. He just said, it's not fun or anything like this.
Right.
He doesn't say he like created his own dialogue from it, and we thought that was for so many years that's really what he said, but that's not what he said.
Right.
Questions seriously.
Billy should, that's how you'd expect Billy to be.
Because most comedians, and Billy's a funny guy, but most comedians have.
It is good to see him trolled in real life, Pella. I'll totally agree.
Yeah.
Howard was the king. Billy Crystal. Nobody had made fun of Billy Crystal until here. Like it was like, oh, he was a little bit sacrosanct, like beloved in the way that Jon Stewart is, and how that was one of the things that drew me to Howard in a way is that he would go after the sacred cow.
Yeah, I don't understand exactly how Billy Crystal beat the odds to become so sacrosanct that when Harry Met Sally is such a seminal comedic performance that it just like set off
also City Slickers appealed to the middle-aged kind of guy, like the who's bored. I just don't
know that much about
midlife crisis.
Right.
Yeah, Two Masters right. Billy Crystal's black characters are really sub-roasted black. It really is another example of blackface in a way, which you could say that why is that getting a pass?
Right.
Rick said the movie's so bad that the Jews stopped making movies about the Jewish experience. There's a lot of stereotypes in that. He's right.
Billy should, that's how you'd expect Billy to be.
Because most comedians, and Billy's a funny guy, but most comedians have no sense of humor when it comes to themselves. They are such serious a-holes. So listen to what goes on. First, Gary Garver approaches Billy Crystal.
Right.
Hi, Billy. How you doing? Can I ask you a couple questions?
Billy Crystal's 5'6", says Crystalopolis. So here we are. Gary Garver gets to Billy Crystal. He doesn't know Gary Garver, but eventually Crystal pretty quickly is like, oh shit, this is the Stuttering John reincarnate. And he knows it's coming. He starts to ask, this is pretty crazy. I don't think a lot of people have heard this. This is 2000.
Can I ask you a couple questions? Is hosting the Oscars harder than it looks?
Yeah.
I mean, right away, he kind of gives them a very half-assed, yeah. Gaga says, Billy Crystal's a lovely man. He's been married 46 years. Okay, that's what I thought. Yes, he's really the model of how to handle mainstream show business and not have any scandals or anything, in a way. Right. She goes, 0.0 gossip. He was trying to fuck. Yeah, okay, you're right. Thank you, Gaga.
How do you answer the rumors that you wear a hairpiece?
And he lost his home in the Palisades during
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
By the way, I have this vague memory of like alternative comedians hating the trio of Billy Crystal, Whoopi Goldberg, and Robin Williams. Like they did. I forget. Did they do like a
Comic Relief?
Comic Relief, right?
Yep.
That's right. Yeah.
They hosted it. He actually, even just beyond, and I feel this about Robin Williams too. Billy Crystal is actually a really good serious actor. Like he really, there's times when he's very good just as a straight actor. He really is. I mean, I see no glitches in that at all.
Yeah.
He's a better serious actor than he is a comedic actor. And I feel that about Robin Williams too.
Is hosting the...
He got married to his high school sweetheart in 1970. In 2022, they're still married. So it certainly is.
The Oscars harder than it looks.
Yeah.
How do you answer the rumors that you wear a hairpiece?
That about what?
You wear a hairpiece.
Now, this is Wiggerous flying too close to the
sun.
Right. But it's amazing how you couldn't wear a bigger hairpiece now. Right. If you guys watch the 50th, look for Billy Crystal in the crowd and look at his fucking toupee. It's Shatner-esque.
Right. Gary Garver might as well have asked, like, does your assistant pick out your underwear for you?
Yeah.
Any more Wiggerous questions?
How do you answer the rumors that you wear a hairpiece?
That about what?
You wear a hairpiece.
I don't.
Do you sometimes fantasize? No. It's real.
Yeah.
Sometimes fantasize about hurting.
So he goes, look at it. Did he say touch it? So I guess Garver touched his hair and said it's real. God, I wish we could see this. It might be on the CBS show if I can get a hold. I might be able to. There might be video footage of this for another time.
Okay. Yeah.
Because the CBS show would sometimes have this very quickly. And
Robin Williams. Hey, Billy, can I ask you one more question?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Let's hear that again.
It's real.
Yeah.
Sometimes fantasize about hurting Robin Williams.
I got Gary Garble, they call him. So between Gary Garver's garble and the microphone cut out, he says, do you fantasize about hurting Robin Williams?
Right. And it came out.
And he comes out, right. And so he runs away from it.
Hey, Billy, can I ask you one more question?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
So then, and he's all hurt.
Those weren't even that bad.
No. But you know what? I think that as soon as he hears one, he realizes.
So Howard, the crew goes into like a, goofing on Crystal and ripping him here. And it's very, we'll play that.
Where he is.
But it's so ridiculous. I mean, just have some fun in life. You know what I mean? So then all hell breaks loose because these dudes, these security guards on walkie-talkies. So Billy got smart this time.
He says walkie, right? As soon as he says walkie-talkie, Howard does. I click on 2 to say Christopher Walken right at the same time. It's kind of weird, right?
Wow.
He thinks that Crystal looks like a baby, like a Lilliputian Christopher Walken, and he does. That's a good.
He does, yeah.
Last time he went, so you can take this tape to Howard and tell him to shove it up his ass.
And he can play it over and over.
Right.
How are you?
Good. Who are you?
Paul. How's it going?
From where?
From XRK. Are you glad that you're the only guy who can handle the Oscars?
Holy shit, Tamfran, that's quite a reference by you. Are you sure? Is this Adam Ant and not Billy? No, Tamara, I put in a search, Howard Stern and Billy Crystal, and this came up on eBay as a photo. But it could be Adam Ant because Adam Ant was on the show. Did you know that Depp followed Adam Ant with his first wife, Lori Allison? And during the trial, his best friend Bruce Witkin turned on him and said that Depp was jealous of Adam Ant. Bruce Witkin is married to Depp's first wife's sister.
Okay. I just did a search of Adam Ant and Howard Stern, and that photo didn't come up, nor did a photo of him in that outfit come up. So,
okay.
Yeah.
But that's not a bad take. Like, look at his hairline. I think Adam Ant has a better hairline than this crystal shot, but it's a very good question.
Not the only guy who can handle the Oscars.
Well, David didn't do as good a job as you did.
David did great. I love what David did on the show. He was terrific.
Okay, will there be a Mr. Saturday Night too?
Yes, there will.
Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay, how many years have you met?
You see, I know it's easy to play, Monday morning quarterback in hindsight 20.
Right.
When he says, if you are Billy Crystal and they ask you that, yes, there will be 5, there will be 6, there could be 7, we're going to turn it into an animated series. That's how you handle Howard.
Right.
You just lean into it and make it work. But he is uptight. I mean, he just doesn't have that thing, right? He's not self-deprecating unless it's on his terms.
Yeah.
Howard's best outfit. Tamara's, of course, not black nieces. Billy Crystal, the same man. Yeah. Billy Crystal and Robin Williams are the same manager, and they're very tight and very good friends. If somebody says that about your friend, you're going to flip out. It's very tough to take that well. I agree, Gaga. McDowell's is a DEO co-host. Arm, you're missing the point. Billy Crystal was checking his wife at the time. He was caught. I didn't know. Was he caught cheating on her?
Really?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know the gossip story on that one. I keep up with his shit. I do, but occasionally I miss something, and that might have been it.
We're getting some comments down below that it's Adam Ant for sure.
Okay, so people know they think it's Adam Ant.
Yeah. That would make more sense that Billy Crystal wouldn't come in.
It makes much more sense.
Yeah.
Ben Benjamin probably knows this shit. All right, go with you guys. Look, I put the search in. It took me to eBay, and this person on eBay is selling a photo for $300.
Oh, come on.
Saying that it's Crystal and Howard. Nobody buys this shit. I know no one would buy it, but that's there. They almost have it like notarized or authentic.
Right. Yeah.
Damn it.
Before you cheat on your wife. So you can take this to Howard, right? And you can shove this right up Howard's stupid ass, okay?
I guess the giveaway would be that ring he has pointing at him.
Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah. I don't.
What? You don't like Howard anymore?
No, because Howard dumps on me all the time, and it's just not fun when you.
His big song was "Don't drink, don't smoke. What do you do? Don't drink, don't smoke. What do you do?" Na, 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 na.
Sing like this, okay? And now you'll do this on a show, and you'll all laugh and have a good time. It's not fun,
Thanks, Mr. Charming. All right, so anyway.
And he's right. We played it over.
It's the best tape ever. So this time he decides to walk away and not say anything about how.
Both Billy Crystal and Dennis Miller have a Sammy Davis Jr., not just Belzer, but Dennis also knocks off of Sammy Davis Jr.'s kind of, Rat Pack lingo. Where and, grasshopper.
Very back of the nose, falling words like.
Then the best thing is these walkie-talkie guys start going berserk. Billy obviously freaked. You listen to this.
So he's running around with security, and now Crystal's sicking his dogs on him. He's telling him this guy. It's really hard to hear it, so I'm not going to say anything, but you got to hear it. Crystal's talking to security on the walkies, and one of the guys says, "Oh, that's from Howard Stern. This guy bothering you," or something like that. You could hear it in the background.
But then the best thing is these walkie-talkie guys start going berserk. Billy obviously freaked. You listen to this.
Debbie, did you catch any of that? One of the guys said he's harassing Billy Crystal for sure. He's from Howard Stern. So the security guys are talking to each other, and it's off faint in the distance.
Can you play it one more time?
Yeah. It's really hard to hear it. I think if there's a video piece to this.
If you're down there, if you can talk to them, please, and find out who they're with. Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, you heard that, right? It said Billy Crystal.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Billy Crystal got asked some very rude questions.
And the woman before him said he's from Howard Stern.
Right.
Yeah.
It's really hard to hear.
So Billy went and told the security guard. He told on us. What a pussy. Security people, I'm very upset.
Howard Stern's people have gotten in.
You know they didn't act this fast with Lee Harvey Oswald? So Billy couldn't handle 3 stupid questions. So
And he had us thrown out?
Yeah, because he's a big pussy. And everything's funny unless it's about him.
Well, he can make fun of everybody else.
Right. Yeah.
Because he's a pro.
And what do we ask him? Do you wear a hairpiece? No, you don't wear
What
it.
do you say about the rumors that you wear hair?
I mean, really, get a life.
Howard's not exactly a great sport about hair questions at all. I mean, I don't know how much material I've played on here about it. He could not sweat more when people ask. Howard had people fired for asking hair questions. That's beyond anything. I would rather have security come at me than get fired.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Jesus.
He's just too funny.
Is it tougher than it looks to handle the Oscars? How insulting is that?
Get a grip on yourself. It's not all that serious.
Sarah goes, comic relief is so crit. Sarah hates anything charity. She hates anything philanthropic. The money, Sarah, I don't know if you realize this. The money is going to you. It is. They put a new number up, and it's all during the View. Whoopi puts the phone number up, and all the proceeds will go to Sarah. All of it.
Dude.
I thought the most insulting question out of all of them was, will there be a Mr. Saturday Night too?
Yeah, but that was years ago.
It was a long time ago. And admit your failures. Yeah. Just because I don't have any.
You know what? Mr. Saturday Night was
pause
followed
that?
up by Forget Paris.
Will Howard admit his failures in the CBS show or the America's Got Talent?
It's crazy, and all these guys have to do is just learn a little bit about Howard's history of all the failures. The CBS show, I think, is as embarrassing as anything. AGT's at the top of the list too, but this Howard and TV in general. But the CBS show is as embarrassing as anything you could. Giving an hour real estate on Saturday night, you could have done anything with.
The articles you sent me about the reviews, they pull no punches. Howard Stern's pathetic show, dripping a lot, they're going at it. Yeah.
David's talking about, and we'll probably not get to this one, but so when the CBS show came out, I sent David a bunch of reviews of it. Saturday Night Live crushed it in the head-to-head. So much so that Howard had started the show in late August. SNL does not start its first show until late September, early October. Its debut. So they finally went head-to-head, and SNL crushed it. 3 times the rating. And Howard never brought it up on a show.
Yeah.
Crushed it. And there were articles all over the place going, it's embarrassing, it's lazy, it's shitty, what do you do? And so we'll get to that on the next one.
Yeah.
But it's a great thing. Certainly, I have the press conference when Howard announced the CBS show, and they ask him hard-hitting questions like, what are you doing differently than you did at Channel 9? What are you doing differently than the E! Show? And it was even right off the bat, he was like, and then he lied to them. Yeah, that Norm was going to do Weekend Update for him on this CBS show.
Right.
Right.
What about the one with my giant?
Oh,
my giant.
He is a tool, Chubby Pickle, Gary Garver. He really is. He is such a tool. You're right.
3 flops in a row.
My giant. I forget about Paris where he's running around with Deborah Winger for 2 hours of nonsense.
And he's a basketball ref.
Yeah. Okay. Because it's funny.
His marriage is like I said, travel.
Can you imagine him in the picture? It'll just be funny seeing me next to all those big basketball players. So I'm so tiny.
This is Howard. You want to get Howard at peak commentary and have him go after Billy Crystal around this time. Some of the best comments, and I don't even know if Jackie's writing them for him. It was just, he's really, really good at trolling. Nobody is.
I do think having Jackie in the room kind of elevated Howard's IQ a couple points. He could catch the wave of Jackie's, way to format a showbiz joke or something like that. And I know Jackie wrote a lot for him, but I do think some of these things are so spontaneous. There's no way Jackie could write that quickly, and Howard caught the wave.
Brutal. She gleefully told the story once how her kid was crying outside the bathroom for attention. Her mommy was taking selfies. I've got no love for attention whoring women. Jesus
Who is
Christ.
this?
Sarah said that. I think it's about Whoopi Goldberg.
Jesus.
Well, he's just got a hard on for basketball players and wrote a whole movie about it.
Well, that's what's funny about the My Giant thing is, it's going to be me and this big giant.
Howard's right. So at this point, Crystal's writing movies totally geared towards his most self-indulgent part of himself. 61, which is actually really good with Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle and stuff. But it's all about he's a groupie. He's a jock group. He's a jock sniffer.
Right. And he thinks it's so important that America knows how much of how disappointed in himself he is that he's not a baseball player.
Yes, all the time. Right. I remember Howard going, Billy, does America all have to relive your failed trying to become a pro baseball player?
Yeah.
Can we just move on? You're not a Major League Baseball player. Just get over it. If you talk about Mickey Mantle enough, the Yankees will recruit you for AAA or something. And they actually would let him. They'd actually bring him in, and he would take swings in the batting cage and shit. Like that's ever going to happen if you're not famous.
But they forget to tell you that the 7'9".
It's really no worse than Depp hanging out with Joe Perry and Alice Cooper. Is it really any different?
It's you know how kids like go down to like Cape Canaveral for like NASA astronaut camp or something.
Yes, astronaut cosplay. Yeah, right.
This is rock and roll or baseball cosplay for boomer men. Yeah.
Remember I had this thing. Speaking of astronauts, I had this idea that you and I would work together on Sarah's cat, Camilla the Catstronaut, the animated series, where Camilla is an astronaut, and you would do the score for it. That is fierce.
Lee Gifford to do the theme song.
That's the song. And Holly Robinson does the voice of Camilla.
Yeah. Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
We should get Bon Jovial to animate like Camilla's mouth moving to "How you doing?"
That's brilliant. He would do that. Yeah, you're thinking in his brain now. This is great.
Guy has some like speech impediment and he's foreign, so you can't understand a word he says.
Yeah, well, they tried Billy with a tall guy in Forget About Paris with all the basketball players, and then they figured they'd try it again with my giant.
Right, one basketball player.
Beautiful. I like that. Billy, can we ask you a question? What about the rumor you wear a hairpiece? Get security. Please.
Howard Stern is over there.
He's turned into Sammy. Yeah, plain. Sammy had a better sense of humor. Sammy used to talk to us all.
Howard's right. So Billy Crystal has this. He thinks he's got a Sammy Davis Jr. knockoff personality. Right. And Dennis Miller does the same thing. It's very like, Babe and Cat and Grasshopper.
All the time.
Sammy was great.
Yeah.
It's like you're so insecure that you can't create a cool persona for yourself, that you have to siphon off the rat.
The Candyman. Yeah.
Yes. Right. Whether it's Dean Martin or Frank Sinatra or something.
He did.
Dripping wet.
No preamble.
She cut to Dustin Hoffman.
Gary's doing.
Just fast forward to Dustin Hoffman.
So there's a guy with no sense of humor about it.
Right. And here's Dustin Hoffman who you'd think would have no sense of humor, but he does. He does.
Galopoulos, my girlfriend, I was 19, boned Adam Ant and Brian Setzer and Joe Strummer and Johnny Ramone and David Johansen. Yes, she's a rock and roll singer. Yes.
There you go. Dustin Hoffman, The Graduate, big star.
I actually have the video of it's the weirdest thing. They have the video of this, but they don't have. This is Stuttering John interviewing Dustin Hoffman at the Keeping the Faith premiere, I think it is. And this isn't in. They have to have the Garver stuff unless Crystal threatened Howard that he can't play it.
Okay.
Legally threatened them that they're afraid to play it. The video of it.
Right. Yeah. Hey, John, keep talking to the chat. I just have to grab my plug. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I think is humorless.
Tootsie.
All right?
Rayman.
All right? Here we go.
Dustin, big. That's another great point, Housey. Right. Howard's got a team of security hovering around him at all times. Do you know how it's way beyond even what Crystal has at a movie premiere?
Fan.
What's the importance of family? You get a chance to create real magic. Huh?
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually show you the video of this because it would be big. I actually have the video of it. I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to do here is I'm going to play you. We're going to move on to Dennis Miller and the last time he was ever on the show. But before I show you Miller on the show, I'm going to play Sam Kinison. I never play Sam Kinison on here. Talking to Howard about he met Dennis Miller at the channel at Letterman show. He knows Miller from the fucking LA comedy scene, before that, like, the Comedy Store and all that shit. But he just happens to be in the Letterman studio. Miller is doing Saturday Night Live, and I think he's hanging out in the Letterman studio at the time. And then Kinison relays to Howard. Then he ran into Miller, and Howard goes off on Dennis Miller for being super in the same way that Crystal was right here. And it's really interesting. And he just eviscerates him. And his wife, Dennis Miller's wife, I didn't even want to call her a model. Her name is Carolyn Exley. And she was in a fucking Kaja Gugu video, Too Shy Shy. And I don't know anything else she's done. In fact, Davyd looked her up. Yeah. And she makes Beth look like Tyra Banks. Her resume is so shallow.
It's it's literally the one credit.
Yes, one credit.
Yeah.
Story Sam told me during the commercial, which I think you'll find interesting.
Now here's Dennis this is that great cast in the background. You see Carvey and Neil, and Sam Kinison hosted SNL, and he did a really good job. He's played Jor-El on Krypton at one point.
He did, if I remember, because Sam Kinison was in Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield, and he played that Vietnam War vet teacher, and I think he reprised that on SNL, if I remember.
He's really good when he did stuff and, just kind of playing versions of himself.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sam says during the commercial he ran into Dennis Miller backstage somewhere.
Yes. Oh, Dennis? Yeah, at the Letterman office.
At the Letterman office. Okay. Sam dropped by the Letterman studios. And Dennis Miller says hello to me. And Dennis Miller has not been on this program. He told Sam he can't come on the program because I made fun of his wife. Now...
Oh, he's never been on here?
Oh, he used to come on all the time. Right, okay. And
So this is I gotta get a hold of this shit. So apparently Dennis Miller regularly dropped in and sat in the late 80s. While he was on us, and I heard one version of it, and they went to L.A. Howard did. This is during a writer's. This is an SNL versus Howard show. So Saturday Night Live, and I think '88 did an abbreviated season because there was a strike. I think there was an AFTRA and SAG strike.
Okay.
And so Howard goes to L.A. The show goes to L.A. He has Dennis and his wife Carolyn on the show with him for about a half hour, and either they're covering the Emmys or the Grammys. And I used to have this on audio, and I've been going crazy looking for it again. Boff, if you're listening.
Yeah.
And it's from the best. And so it's a very rare. And again, they go to LA and it's a half hour. And I guess I'm trying to remember back, and I think he goofed on. The wife was there and she seemed to be having a good time. I don't know if this is a different time. So evidently Dennis used to sit in regularly or semi-regularly on the show, but I've never heard an example of that until I
mean, do you think that it's like, I feel like Howard does that a lot where he's like, oh, they were in all the time and it's just like they came in twice, or something.
He will occasionally exaggerate that, but he did, because he proves it here. And I do have he will sometimes say, like, just like the Robin Williams thing, oh, he came in all the time and he did. Yeah, that's very true.
I like Dennis until he became pussy whipped by a woman who evidently controls his life. What is his problem? If he likes the show and he's listening every day.
So according to Christian Blatt, who is Dennis's sidekick on the radio, this is so crazy, and I'll have this for next time. I was in his chat and I'm asking him Dennis Miller questions for the show, and I asked him, I go, again, this is how I knew. I mean, even like I predicted to him. I said, Dennis is not going to go to the 50th.
Right.
And so Christian says very vaguely and calculatedly and cryptically, he goes, oh, no, Dennis's wife won't let him go near that anymore. And I believe him. In addition to Dennis's hang-ups about being a Fox News hand puppet. But I do believe, so Howard's calling him pussy whipped here.
With the different wife.
No, it's the same wife.
Oh, it's the same wife.
He was married. The other thing I didn't realize is Dennis had an ex-wife. And so Howard tells the story here that he had an ex-wife before.
Oh, okay.
And he has to, and he brought him up. He brought his ex-wife up, and Dennis begged him to cut it out of the show because it was pre-taped. The show, they did a show from LA and it was pre-taped. So Dennis begged him. He'll tell the story.
Who evidently controls his life. What is his problem? If he likes the show and he's listening every day.
I didn't know. Well, this model has comedy sensibility.
The correct term is vagina.
Yeah.
What
was that?
Gilbert's in there too. Gilbert Gottfried's in there.
It's vagina whip.
I'm sorry, is this after the Holden phone call, what we're listening to right now?
No, it's before it.
It's before that, okay.
It's 2 years before it. Yes, Holly Robinson is still married to Rodney Pete, Housey. Yes, he is.
You're on the air, and I think that's a very sexist term.
All right, take that easy on that one, all right?
Right.
All right.
Dr. Gilbert.
Dr. Gilbert.
You know, Dennis Miller.
What I was saying was, see, this model has comedy sensibilities which you are not aware of.
Yeah, I wish I had known.
Is that code for you have to piss? Grab my plug, says Doopolis.
I come up with the craziest euphemisms for urinating.
Out of all the, Costner's a true athlete, Rick. I agree.
Let me say something.
Models are often very funny people.
He came on, did the show.
Yeah.
We were out in California.
Yeah, because I never get the full story. He was telling me.
Okay, this is during that strike. So SNL had free time. He got married at this time. Dennis Miller got married, and he talks to Howard about his wedding. And like Gary Shandling was in the wedding party, and Robin Williams was there and shit. Jeez. And this SNL was on a hiatus because of the strike, and so that's how he was able to do it. He was in LA getting married.
He was offended.
He used to come on our show all the time.
She made a reference to like lesbian activity or something.
No. His wife, his future bride, was there. And this was like already the 9th time he was on our show. We were out in Los Angeles, and during the questioning, I said, "Well, you were married one time before." I said, "Gee, I forget exactly what it was, but
Well, basically it was, now you're marrying a model.
Yeah, what was your first wife? I mean, she was a model.
Life?
So she said, I don't want to talk about my first wife. I want to talk about it, blah, 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 blah. I said, okay. After the interview, he says, listen, since this was pre-taped, because it was out in Los Angeles.
PC-23, that's a good catch. But he does come in one more time, and I have that. He comes in September of 92, and that's after the Gilbert call. That's the last time. But yeah, you're right. That call is just a little bit before it.
Did he come in person that last time, or was it a phone call?
He came in person to do the news, and he cuts out early. It's still really good. I'm going to play that after this.
Okay.
And it's going to feel weird to you to hear Dennis like on the show in the studio, and he's kind of low key, and then it gets kind of. Howard basically defends Leno. Dennis blamed Leno for the cancellation of his syndicated show. That Leno was stealing all his guests, and that was really the gist of that.
We taped out in Los Angeles. He says, can you edit?
Radio Gaga, when you get a chance, go back and listen to the beginning. I had a whole rant about him, me bragging about predicting it and why and all that stuff with Miller missing the 50.
I don't want to get on a rant here.
Very nice.
Get that out of the show.
I don't want to get off on a rant here, but Gaga.
I realize the trick to the Dennis Miller impression is pretend you're like going through puberty again and just get as many voice cracks as possible. Yeah.
Crack your throat. Dana Carvey kind of does like a little different version of it, and Dana was really the first one, the best one. He cracked the cheat code, that everybody starts to, as soon as Dana Carvey does it, everybody starts to imitate him doing an impression of Dennis. I like to think I didn't do that entirely, because I was watching his HBO show so much.
Right, yeah.
But
Dana yours is more tuned into the quirks, yeah.
Dana is just he owns that.
I said, edit one out. Stuff about my first wife, she's a nice lady. I said, okay, man, if it bugs you that much, sure. It wasn't anything that great a bit or anything. I don't have any artistic integrity whatsoever. Sure, I'll cut anything out. I said, I dig
Well, you did say I don't usually do this, but for you, I'm going to.
I'll never edit something else, but I edited it. And it was like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Now I wish I hadn't edited it. And he never showed up again. And I knew what it was about because his stupid girlfriend was offended, the model girlfriend. And it's really obscene that this guy has no sense of humor.
Well, I can tell that there's going to be a lot of cutting-edge comedy on Saturday Night Live. We have these kind of rebels.
Yeah, right. I come and I bring.
This is a pretty scathing. I mean, they are eviscerating him here.
Yeah,
you know he heard this. I mean, they are. I mean, it's got Kinnison with who Dennis knows.
And Sabrina to the cat fight.
Yeah, I mean, so, and I cut it out.
There's going to be a conflict there.
I respected the dude's sensibilities, but then when I saw he was so pussy whipped, I figured I'd talk about it. And tell him to get lost, okay? Do me a favor.
Yeah, well, if I see him, I'll tell him.
Tell him.
Howard says get lost.
And I think my career will go on without him. I'm disappointed in him, to say the least.
All right, I'll tell him. He'll probably call you and say, I made all this up. No,
his first wife probably carried him through his comedy struggles, and then he dumped her for a model, and he wants me to deal with it.
Sound familiar, Howard? Let's get Allison on the phone. But Howard's right, though. Even though he goes on to be the biggest hypocrite.
I mean, when you analyze so many guys who do it before you do, it's like you have the perfect blueprint on how to leave Allison and get Beth.
Marvin Michelson's phone number.
Yeah, right. Hope she sues for palimony.
He's doing movies and commercials now.
Allison's nickname to me was Palimony Stern. David, what were you telling me in text the other day? Or was it on that about something you heard with Allison that slipped? In about 03, you said you heard.
Oh, yeah. So it was one of the many clips where Howard was just really mad at Gary for being a good father to his sons and painting it as if Mary did nothing. And it turned into a money discussion, if Gary was going to get divorced. He was suggesting, I think, that Gary get divorced, but he said, and I think Dominic was on the phone during this conversation, and Howard said, if I could do it all over again with my marriage, I would have hidden a lot more of my money, in offshore accounts. And that's what he was implying.
And so the conversation started was that I said to Davyd, Howard won't put any work into the CBS Saturday Night Show because he knows there's an impending divorce. He hasn't even announced yet about to happen. And he feels if I put any work into this, Allison's getting half my money anyway. I'm not going to go out like that. There's no way in hell I'm going to work more to give her half my money. And that was that was really a good call. And I think that is the thing where rich dudes look to hide. This is why he won't own his 1% life. There was a time certainly when Allison was entitled to half his shit for ever and ever. And if the more he talked about the helicopter, the pelipad, if you were Allison's lawyers, would you not just listen to every fucking show and look for every clue and use it against them? That's what I would do.
It would be the easiest way to get inventory on their community property, for sure.
That was a great comment by you. Look, that's starting with the fucking, this show is so long that Kelly's comment appeared thrice, says Benjamin. Sarah says Cops is filming its first season when this show's right down the street. Good Jump Street reference.
The new Deppening bit.
The 1987 harmonic convergence took place during the beginning of this podcast. Sarah says, when this podcast started, Mary hadn't even lied to Joseph about she got pregnant. I mean, guys, you want to write some fucking roasts for me so we can do the Robin roast and the Howard roast and the Fred roast? You're going to waste them in this chat? Not that it's wasted, but you know what I mean.
A number I'd like to pay for.
I was interviewing. Yes, I had a hard-hitting interview with the Stegosaurus at the 15-minute mark.
It is like the chat's way of being our parents. Okay, you don't have to get up out of bed now, but in 15 minutes, I'm giving you a warning.
Turn the Xbox off.
Right.
The attorney.
Does she know all the stuff he's in?
Yeah. I mean, excuse me.
My nephews, Steven and Sean, they're 8 years apart. Video game was.
Yeah.
They got into a pattern where, and they're such a party family. They were going to bed I babysat Sean for a week. He was going to bed at 6:15 a.m. playing Xbox all night. And I'd run a tight ship. I went to bed at 4:30.
That's ARM the disciplinarian we're hearing about.
I'd be like, Sean, you really ought to think about taking a shower and going to bed. He's like, no. I'm like, okay.
I tried.
Yeah, what kind of thing is it? Call me like a man and say you can't come on because your wife pussy whips you.
Wow.
That's right. Don't send Kinnison.
the ferreting I did to get this clip, you have no idea. It took me
I've
3
never
and a
heard
half
this.
hours to track this down.
God.
This very thing. It took me. I went through. I want to thank Todd Packer, by the way.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
how I found this. Todd Packer is a best of Sam Kinison, right? He's got 5 of them, and they're all 8 hours. And I went through all of them to find this because you can't. And so I think it was volume 3. I found this at the hour and 15 mark.
And Todd Packer's entire collection is on Internet Archive, right?
Yep.
Is it still
Some
up
of
there?
it?
Some of it. Okay.
Some of it, most of it. I know that the Mark Harris one you have jerked off to. I don't know how many times.
Yeah, I mean it's. I need to move on to other porn at this point.
You know what I want to play for next time? Remember Mark Harris got into a fight with Daniel Carver on the Channel 9 show?
Yes.
We got to play that next time.
Oh God, yes, yeah.
Is your
ambassador of news.
Don't say my friend.
That's
This is
right.
kind of ambassador for your
Man was on the front line this morning in the race war.
Let me teach you something, man.
So that this bit's going on where it's very funny. Howard and Sam Kinison try to outcool each other by saying dude and man too much. So they start taking a count of how many times they say man to each other. And they have a bell and they ding it, and Gilbert's goofing on them. Sarah says this podcast started 5 years before the Big Bang.
What year is this segment? That
1990.
Is this the same appearance where they make fun of Andrew Dice Clay going to Ryan White's funeral? Because
oh God, no! I think it's in and around this time. I got to do a timeline. I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Dice. That's later on. Dice was shitting on Howard for. It could be right. You know what? It could be this
Ryan
time.
White died in 1990, so the funeral had to be that year.
It is. It is this time. Benjamin said, "It's a hard time. This podcast has been because time itself hadn't even been invented yet." Buddha had been graduated from high school, says fell out.
Hey man, don't say my thing, man. Hold yourself, man. I didn't say this, Howard. I didn't say that. I just want to say that, man. I was there for you, man. I was there for you.
Yeah, man. Well,
no one does this to me. No one does this, man.
All right.
My dead brother, man. My dead brother.
Hey, man. Hey, man. I never said anything about your dead brother, man.
Spin it over reference to a marriage.
Yeah,
and
right.
we go over my brother's suicide. And this guy's sensitive over a marriage.
All right.
So apparently Howard goofed on Sam's brother's
Killing himself. Yeah.
And so
right.
this is their
Excuse me,
goofing on Dennis.
unaliving himself.
Yeah.
See, he doesn't understand what friendship's about.
He doesn't know dark comedy.
Okay. So on to Dennis Miller's last appearance on the Howard Stern Show, 1992, September. And he's in studio promoting the ESPYs. Oddly, his wife, the Kaja Gugu girl, who he met at the Columbus Cafe, which is a hip New York hangout across the street from Howard's Millennium. That's for next time. John Lovitz was interviewed on Howard, I think, last year. And he says to Howard in the interview, hey, you know that area really well. You live. And he brought up this story about Dennis in the Columbus Cafe and Jagger and fucking. So this is like, that was a really hip New York celebrity hangout. And it's directly across the street from Howard's Millennium Towers.
Yeah.
In New York. This is Dennis Miller on the Howard Stern Show, 1992. He's in to do the news, doesn't last that long. And he cuts out. And it's a very adversarial, interesting back and forth. Dennis has some really good pushbacks on Howard, as a matter of fact, as you think he would.
We'll call that later. Maybe we should get Dennis Miller in.
Okay.
So that's an actual press photo for the ESPYs.
Okay.
That Bill Murray was in it too. Dennis's wife, her maiden name is Esplee with an L.
Yes, that's right. It's
Isn't that
bizarre
weird?
name, yeah.
He's hosting the ESPYs, and his wife's last name is the Esplee.
And he'll do the news with us and stuff. We only have him for a few minutes. Bring in Dennis.
What's he up to?
I don't know what he's up to, but
That he's on such a tight schedule.
what do Stuttering John and Dennis Miller have in common?
Stuttering John and Dennis Miller.
They both have no show. Joke going around the station.
Dennis knows Jackie a little bit, so if you really listen, he's very
Yeah.
low key. He comes in and goes, "Hey Jackie, what's going on?"
He
Hey, Jackie.
well, Dennis Miller mentions Jackie on Real Time with Bill Maher.
He does, and that's we'll end with that. Like you brought that up. I have that in my folder.
Okay.
That's a great idea by you.
There he is. Look at him. Look at you. Oh, he's so low key. It's ridiculous.
Look at this.
Hey, Dennis. How you doing?
Hi, good to see you.
What's the matter with you? What happened? Hold it, Dennis.
You set off something.
End of the world.
Hold on.
All right, Jack.
You look like Grizzly Adams.
Yeah, Dennis just grew a beard for the first time. So this is when he went into the beard mode.
Yeah.
He's trying to look like all,
It's just a little beard.
You haven't been off work that long.
So Gary comes in during the commercials and
This is
says,
great. This is what a prick Dennis is, like when you get him like one-on-one. I've heard this story so many times about him. So he's really fucking prickly towards Grillo and Gary backstage, and Gary hates him like to this day. There's another clip I have, not for this time, but when Gary recounts people he's ever been around.
boy, Dennis Miller's got some attitude. I go, well, what happened? Gary's like pissed off that Dennis Miller doesn't recognize him.
Oh, dear. Gary has a problem. Gary has an attitude.
And I go, Gary, you're the one with the attitude. I said, what? I mean, Dennis is pretty famous. And I mean, I'm not saying
I'm sure he doesn't sit around thinking about Gary.
He goes, Dennis
is a pretty big star at this time. Like, after SNL, he hosted the Emmys. He had the
Black and White special.
He's very emulated by the younger comedians. He's a pretty big star at this time.
Dennis Miller calls up. I'm over in FAO Schwartz, and I'm looking for a Gary Del Abate.
That's great.
Is it possible Dennis doesn't know his name? I don't think he does. I don't know if maybe he doesn't know his last name.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a household name Gary was in '92.
Because he's calling him Baba Booey all the time. And he's probably not listening every day. He's on a different schedule.
Gary Del Abate. So Gary's positive that Dennis does remember him and just was like trying to put him down.
No, how do you say it?
Gary. Who knows?
I don't want to hurt his feelings.
Gary, you're out of your mind.
I think he's gotten incredibly sensitive since he got married.
Oh, I'd be upset if Dennis recognized Gary. I'd say, what's...
Yeah, Gary just got married around here.
Right. So
That's right. I had the wedding video.
But Dennis that he recognizes him.
But that Gary should expect someone to know who he is.
He just goes, oh, he's all full of attitude.
I give Howard and Robin credit here for calling Gary out on his kind of arrogance. He's getting a big head at this point. He really thinks he's famous. I do like that they're somewhat defending.
Yeah. There's a great clip, I think, in '93 where Gary gets like tickets to a screening of Sleepless in Seattle or something, and he and Kathy Tobin go and like.
That's a great Kathy Tobin. That's a good reference.
Yeah, and he and he was like trying to bug people at the theater about like changing, like getting better seats or something.
He's entitled to be moved where he wants. That's crazy.
Right.
You remember when that is?
It's like 90. I mean, the movie Sleepless in Seattle came out in '93, so or in and around there.
I'm impressed. That's an old clip. 93? Where did you hear that?
On YouTube. I mean, it's just in the recesses of my having listened to so much of the show on YouTube.
I wonder what the title of the video, like what they were going for with that.
Yeah, it was part of a it was one of the many like Howard berating Gary clips, that was probably
that's
the playlist at
probably
some
what
point.
it's called, exactly what it's called.
Dude, man, the guy comes in and like doesn't even recognize me.
Hey, man.
And I'm like, he goes, and he's like real aloof, and he's not rapping to Gorilla. And Gorilla went in and said and Dennis Miller's real cold. I'm going, Gorilla?
Get him out of the room.
Why is Gorilla in the room with?
To their credit, thank you, Spectre. Great to have you in here too. By the way, speaking of what, if anyone can donate to the cause, we would appreciate it. Everyone, like and subscribe as well while you can. Please do. I love you all.
Dennis Miller. No wonder it's hard to get guests. They stick Gorilla in there with the guest.
This is how you can tell it's '92. They're calling him Gorilla, which is what they did before they just pronounced it the way they should.
To their credit, Grillo backs up what Gary said. I spoke to Grillo about this.
Okay.
And he said that Dennis and Chauncey said it the same thing. He's one of the most unpleasant people he's ever met in the history of the show, doing the pre-interview and stuff.
Did the Sklar brothers ever go on video talking about their experience with Dennis Miller?
I've looked so many times, and I can't. I'm sure if I really look, I can find. Not so much, even if it's just audio. The story goes, the Sklar brothers went to Michigan with Darren Green and Brendan, and they were the head of the, as Jews tend to be, the entertainment committee at Michigan. And so they were lining up big acts to come to Michigan. It's an expensive school. They could probably pay the... Dennis was in his last, I want to say either his last year at SNL or just left. He comes to Michigan to do stand-up. Their job is to pick him up at the airport. The two twins, they pick him up at the airport and they go to the wrong gate. They miss Dennis by maybe 5-10 minutes. He's waiting 5-10 minutes. He's so irritated, so full of himself. He runs to a payphone to call his agent to cancel the gig, and they're terrified. So they go, no, you can't do this to us. We can't. I'm sorry. We'll make it up to you, blah, blah, blah. He shoves one of the Sklar brothers, and he falls over the luggage rack and tumbles in the Michigan airport. Dennis does this. He shoves him fully over one of the Sklar brothers over a luggage rack while this poor, and they're terrified. We're going to fight back. They're going to punch him and shoot him.
Right. They hired, yeah.
And so that's a real story. Andy Kindler relayed that story too. And I don't know. So then Dennis goes back to the payphone to call to cancel the gig. And I don't think the agent let him. I think he had to fulfill it or something. It would be a lawsuit or a lot of money. I think it was, Michigan's a very expensive school.
Very expensive, yeah.
The torture chamber they have to go through before they get here.
What a goof.
I have that sort of way that, hi, good morning, can be misinterpreted.
You're very hot.
Hi, good morning, how are you?
What are you doing here? What are you promoting?
Nothing.
You just came by to say hi?
Well, I figured I'd level my radio karma because I hadn't talked to you for years.
You know what?
And then I had a show and I talked a couple of times, and now I don't have a show, and I think that
I appreciate
go
you
on
coming.
when you don't.
He just quickly referenced that he called in to promote his talk show, and that's the Gilbert one. So this is the last time. And so he's saying, hey, look, I'm actually coming in. I don't have anything to plug, which is not true. He's doing the ESPYs.
Right.
It's
just...
Do it when you don't have a show, because you always thought I was just calling you because I had a show.
You know what? You are a changed man. Because Dennis had trouble getting guests on his show, now he feels compelled to be on every show. Now he can never say no again because he said, hey,
I guess surrogate.
You cannot say no to guests now because you've been all over the newspaper.
This is Electric Blue is a Playboy show that Brendan's bringing up here. That was an old, when the Playboy channel kind of first started, it was scrambled, and you would try to get it in by putting the channel changer in between. I'm trying to remember what Playboy was. It was channel 35, and you would go in between the channels, and sometimes you would jog the signal free, and you could watch Electric Blue.
I
remembers that.
I love making fun of you and your descrambler. Like I just picture you, I just picture you like descrambling like Those Girls with Patrick Dempsey and Jennifer Connelly or something.
Anything I could, anything. I eventually had this like millimeter precision with it, where I knew exactly. It was so ridiculous.
Saying, hey, people wouldn't come on my show.
Yeah, but you know what? The thing that bothers me is that they attach to that now that. And I always preface that statement by saying that's not why my show's off the air. And now they put that on saying that I feel that's why I'm off the air. You know,
Mario Cantone is funny. I agree with that, Brendan. He's pretty funny.
There is a myriad of reasons my show isn't on the air. The culpability flows chart on that show's demise.
Okay, this joke. He just went into his act in front of Howard. I swear to God, this is right out of, I think, Black and White.
That's
the culpability flowchart. I mean, immediately. Thank you, Chubby Pickle. You two jokers made it sound like I missed something. Bravo. Go. Thank you, Chubby.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. We love you, Chubby.
That's why his vocal inflection is so flat, because it sounds like generically conversational, so that when he does slip into his act, you can't even track it.
Yep. Brendan goes, I always found Mark Harris as the handsome Richard Simmons and a total poon hound to boot. He's obsessed with Dan the Song Parody Man and poon hound.
The culpability flows chart on that show's demise is like the genealogy of the kid on the porch in Deliverance, but the fact is...
you see, you could tell, that material there, but the fact is...
there, and now they put that on saying that I feel that's why I'm off there. You know, there is a myriad of reasons my show isn't on the air. The culpability flows chart on that show's demise is like the genealogy of the kid on the porch in Deliverance, but the fact is there was some
but let's just say that because
I did have trouble with the Tonight Show.
You were upset getting
frank about it.
Right.
Let me I speak Milanese. Let me He's accusing Leno of banning guests from the Tonight Show. So he was, you can't do Dennis's show. You can't do my show if you do Dennis's show. So Leno was playing this sort of mafia thing on late night. And so Dennis blames the cancellation of his show for not getting high caliber enough guests because of Jay Leno.
Well, is that because of Helen, what's her face? Leno's
Kushnick.
agent?
Kushnick,
Helen
yes,
Kushnick, yeah.
Yes. Look at Delopoulos' line. Hey, Benjamin, hurry up, Arm. The SNL 100th anniversary is about to come up.
And now you are obliged to do every show.
Why do you think the Tonight Show went after the Dennis Miller?
No, let me explain something. I want to explain something to Dennis. I've heard all of Dennis's comments. Let me explain something.
I never said
No. I'm not saying this in a hostile.
Howard is obsessed with the late night wars. For a guy that does morning radio at this time, he is obsessed with all things Carson and Leno and Letterman. He thinks he should have all their jobs, but he's doing morning drive. He loves the late night wars at this time.
And the reason is because it's the closest thing to getting those jobs is to never shut the fuck up about it. You know, he thinks he's involved. That makes him think he's part of, he thinks he's Brandon Tartikoff now because he's, deciding.
Totally. He should be a consultant. And for next time we have another Conan O'Brien, who was an SNL writer for a while. And we're going to play the Billy West Jackie puppet thing.
John, we should get from the Fly on the Wall podcast, Conan talking about Dennis Miller harassing him in the hallway.
Yeah, that's good. Totally. I didn't even think to put that in there. That's good. That's really good.
Wait, you got to understand something.
So what David's saying is that Dennis Miller essentially bullied Conan when he first got to SNL in a way that was just like terrifying. He's just got there and he's just like going, like legitimate bullying. Like,
just got to call it the way I see it. Now, here's the thing. You're upset. You like doing your show. I know that.
And you and Jay Leno were friends, right?
Right.
Yeah.
In fact, in a Playboy interview, Dennis Miller said about Jay Leno, this is many years ago.
6 months ago.
Right. Jay Leno taught me that you don't have to be an a-hole in show business. I met him in Pittsburgh, and his work ethic impressed me immensely. His normal approach to it. He's the nicest, straightest guy in the world. So that freed me up in a way. You had very nice things to say about him.
He was one of my best friends on the planet. If he came in here right now, we wouldn't even say hi to each other.
Really? I did try to get Jay. I called Jay and asked him to come on the show via phone, and I was going to try and patch up things. But Jay said no.
Well, in the interim 6 months, things can happen. Things can happen.
This is a heavy conversation right now.
The beginning of the history of Howard claiming he called Jay Leno when he didn't.
Yep. No, I know, that's a great point. So Howard does this thing where he goes, Leno. He's talking about the stuttering John stuff. But Leno called Howard and said, "I'm doing," and Howard wouldn't take his, and then goes on the air and says, "Oh, he never called me. We never spoke." But it's Howard that won't take the call. So this is very eerily similar to that, right?
A moment with people, but over the 6 month period,
let me say something. I'm not here to defend Jay or anything. I'm just trying to tell you the way I see it. Now I'm outside the situation.
You did that already.
No, okay, all right, okay. Here it is. Here's my beat on it, Robin. You've heard this already, but I'll repeat it.
I'll not listen.
Okay, please tune out. Okay. When you go into a talk show, all right. First of all, a lot of you stand-up comedians aren't used to competitive situations. Really. You guys go on your club dates, and if you're a good comedian, they put you on, and you play to an audience, and you're really not in a competitive situation.
Oh, wow.
You guys,
there's not a choice of another comedian, right next to you.
So the point is, you guys...
I got to go on record as saying I disagree with the premise, because it was gladiator school.
No, it isn't. It's different.
Dennis is right in a way, and so is Howard. Leno was a jerk, and he brainwashed into thinking Leno was a jerk.
Right.
Dennis did Weekend Update on Saturday Night Live. He's not competing with anybody but himself. Right. It's the sketch guys who compete against you. And that cast was a great team, and they actually were the stuff now. It's utter Schadenfreude. I mean, you are rooting for your castmate to fail so you get more airtime. But Dennis wasn't competing with anybody. He had Weekend Update like a DH, and there was no competition with him because he was sure to get on to do an update.
Yeah, definitely. And conversely, when Norm was doing Weekend Update, I remember hearing him say, like, I begged people not to put me in sketches, because that particular cast was pretty competitive with your Chris Kattan and your Molly Shannon and your Sherry O'Terry and all this stuff.
That's a great. Norm gets a lot of on our next show. He shit talks his own cast, and Howard's part of that. And there was an article in Rolling Stone where he does it, and that's a great drama. And Chris Kattan comes on. I didn't even know this as far as when I don't remember it, to defend it, going against Norm. Artie calls in while Chris Kattan is on. But
I remember
Artie's
that.
not on the Stern Show.
He busts Chris for lying or something. Like something happened. Yeah, right.
But Artie's not on the Stern Show yet. He's just kind of Norm's friend, and
he's a well-wisher of the show. Right. Yeah.
Being a broadcaster is different. You are in the market for immediate ratings. Okay? It is a different animal. It's completely different. I couldn't be a stand-up comic. I don't know anything about that. But I know what it is to be a broadcaster. Mm-hmm. And people who are comedians a lot of times come on and go, man, you're ruthless. What are you doing, man? You're putting down your competition. Why are you saying all those things? Hey, man, it's either me or them. It's that simple. There's only so much audience to go around. I'm very blunt about it. It is a competitive business. Okay. But still, there's a certain code of honor and all that kind of thing. You know, I mean, some things you do and some things you don't.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, you agree with
Level of etiquette.
Right. So then you're analyzing why the Dennis Miller Show failed, okay? So one of the gripes that you have, just one of the reasons, is Jay Leno kept guests off of your show.
No, Howard, I never said that. I mean, I'll go ahead. You.
He did say that. I've heard him say it live. I've read him say it.
Yeah.
He did say that. Howard's
He's in damage contrul mode.
He's walking it back, and it's not. He did definitely. He said it many times.
Oh, am I wrong?
It's your show.
I'm wrong?
I just said I wouldn't talk to Jay.
Why?
There's a whole bunch of reasons, that being one of them that you just mentioned.
More than that?
Yeah, there are two ways to approach your competition with other people. And as you said, one of them involves a level of etiquette. Arsenio Hall, I don't know him that well, but he was always, and believe me, I'm not naive. Like you said, I know everybody wants to beat your ass.
During this time, Dennis went on Arsenio Hall and shit on Leno.
Yeah.
Right after he got fired, he did Arsenio a couple. I think he filled in for him once too.
Wouldn't talk to Jay.
Why?
There's a whole bunch of reasons, that being one of them that you just.
More than that?
I thought he did it in a rather above board manner.
Because let me tell you what happens. You have
come on now, Howard. I know you're tapped. I know you're tapped enough into this business to know that you hear things about the Tonight Show. I just know you.
But this is a great conversation. This is really good.
This is great.
This is good. I like that Dennis is kind of keeping it real. Thank you, Chubby Pickle. Again, Jesus Christ. Thank you, sir. One more Poonhound and Boondoggle to win the Deppies next time. Good night from Gallup, New Mexico now. Oh, my God. He went from Arizona. I always want to go to New Mexico, actually.
Yeah.
I like that state. I think it's nice and blue, number one. And it's sort of like just watching like Breaking Bad. It seems like a really cool place to live. I don't know why. I think
it's a very beautiful state. Hey, John, I probably got about 7 to 10 more minutes.
Okay, we'll end this here. We'll not even get through the whole thing. We'll stop it at a good time, and then we'll play the Bill Maher Dennis thing. And then we'll go out like that. I'm not going to get. We're going to pick this up in the middle of it again because it's too good to go away from.
Yeah, no, this is great. I love this clip.
Sarah goes, wrap it up, Chipotle.
I am tapped into the business, but I'm saying, listen, like take me, right? You invited me on your show.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'm of the approach when it comes to show.
So Dennis invited Howard to do his show for a full hour, and he turned it down, which is bullshit. You should have done it. And that's a total insult if Dennis is doing your show over and over again. You're not bigger than Dennis at that. You're not.
Right. Yeah.
I don't go on every show. You take a look at what's the highest rated shows, and you go on that.
Right.
That's the way you do it. You can't go on every radio show if you're out promoting. So you do as much as you can or what you think is worthwhile. And then at some point you say, hey, I'm getting a little overexposed or something like that. You know what I mean?
So nothing would enter into it for you is in a way of an aesthetic decision. It would be completely numbered.
No, part of it is aesthetic. I mean, like I go.
He's calling him a sellout in a very, very cerebral way. Aesthetic. Remember Tim Burton with the white? The black people don't have the right aesthetic for my movies.
And I said to that end, he has Danny Elfman compose the scores only using the white keys on the piano.
Happy New Year, everyone! Happy 2027, says Benjamin. You son of a bitch.
On the Letterman show because I think that's a cool show and stuff. But at the same point,
you just felt that you're more simpatico with Jay comedy-wise than the other shows.
No, I felt that, hey, that the Tonight Show had a certain prominence and do a hit on there and then get off. Don't go on every talk show. Go on every talk show, you become mundane, and no talk show wants you. So I think a lot of publicists would say, hey, I don't want to go on the Dennis Miller. I don't want my client to go on the Dennis Miller show because, not that I don't like Dennis Miller, but okay, the show's pulling about a 2 nationally. We don't, the hardcore decision is, hey, I'll save myself for an Arsenio appearance. I'll save myself for a Jay Leno appearance.
Like I said, I understood all the pragmatic aspects
and
of
then
this.
you know every
He just
show
didn't do it right.
And you know that every show always says, hey, wait a second. Johnny used to do it. Nobody got on Johnny's ass for it. I thought Johnny was the biggest a-hole in the business. I think Johnny really ruined a lot of people's lives and careers. I think he was very rude to Joan Rivers. Wait, Joan Rivers is going to go discuss her offer from Fox with Johnny? Hey, kiss my ass, Johnny. Screw Johnny.
I don't know if anyone's aware of this. Do you know how... Is this kind of like what Howard did to Opie and Anthony at Sirius when he had a memo put out to the entire staff of Sirius that you cannot have a guest on if I'm having them on?
Right.
And if you do their show, you're not coming on my show? Do you understand the hypocrisy, the crazy foreshadowing hypocrisy? Howard is way worse than any of these guys ever were currently and at Sirius. I'll say it again. He had a memo sent out to the entire company. You cannot have a guest on if I want them on. You cannot do their show. You will not do my show if Opie and Anthony, whoever you want to talk about. It is crazy to hear this to me.
Right. So if Johnny Carson is doing that to Joan Rivers or Joey Bishop or Arsenio or Dennis, Howard is doing that to Opie and Anthony, to
everybody,
anybody who was on his channel. Yeah. Right.
And he will go outside to terrestrial. If you do a terrestrial show, you can't come on my show. That's why he knows it so well. That's why he's parroting back to him so well, because he knows this behavior, because he does it. He's just not telling you about it.
So, but the point is, you know that Jay Leno's going to say to a guy, hey, where else are you going to appear on 3 shows this week? Appear on my show, wait a week or 2, and then go on some other show. I don't care, but if you're going to go, it's going to be mundane. I'm going to announce I have Dana Carvey, Dennis Miller's got Dana Carvey, Arsenio's got Dana Carvey. I want to have you just for the week. And then go on another show. I don't care. I could buy into that.
Sure.
I think where you ran into trouble was the ratings and the amount of talk shows there are. People were making decisions, hey, I'll just go on the Tonight Show, or maybe...
No, David's got a better vocabulary than Dennis does, Chubby Pickle. I agree with you.
I'll just go on Arsenio.
Well, that's why I've never blamed Jay Leno for the demise of the show. I'm just saying I wouldn't talk to Jay Leno, and I don't think he'd talk to me.
What the hell is going on?
I would love to know.
Well,
the rest
come on,
of the
Arsenio
story.
doesn't talk to him, and they don't get along anymore, and they were friends. I don't know the situation between he and Johnny. He says it's great, but simple fact is, at the end, he never said anything, and Johnny never said anything.
This Jay Leno seems like the nicest guy in the world.
You always told me he was.
Let me tell you something. He went on the Tonight Show. This skunk, Doc Severinsen, and this Ed McMahon. Really,
I know. I saw you earning your bones over there.
But I was completely out of my mind when I saw this. I would have said this if I...
It's the weirdest thing. He has Ed McMahon on, Howard does, on his show many times. He's a really nice guy. I don't know where... And this is after this. It's so bizarre to hear him go after Ed McMahon.
I didn't like Jay Leno.
But he said it here first.
Yeah, I did. Those 2 ingrates.
Believe me, they knew you said it here first.
I know. Believe me. But they are 2 ingrates.
You had been scoped at. Did you ever see North by Northwest?
Yes, I have.
Well, you to some extent were the
You're being very mysterious. You are being very mysterious about all of this.
I'm not.
Some other things have gone down here that we don't know about. Is that true?
Yeah, we don't know different type people.
Tell me what happened.
When did he change? In 6 months, all this happened?
Well, Robin, I think that it would be naive not to think that you might see a different side of somebody when you're in direct competition with them.
Oh, I suppose, I guess. I don't know.
Do you suppose, or do you not see where that would be?
Absolutely.
We've always been the same. That's why I don't understand.
If you were not competitive
we
with
hate
somebody,
everyone. We hate everybody, so we,
That's right.
if you're not in direct competition with them, trust me, until you are,
do you feel Jay Leno is panicking? Is that what's happening? And he is reacting?
Turned an ugly shade of gray because of panic?
Panic?
No, I don't think he's panicking at all. I think he'll probably be on longer than Johnny Carson.
Really?
Wow, that's a great prediction, because he is, or close to it anyway.
Close to it. Also, there's audio of Howard and Robin getting along with Imus at WNBC, and then they're in direct competition, and it immediately changes.
It's impossible to maintain. I mean, even today, it's so weird to see these guys so chummy, like Fallon and Kimmel and Colbert and Seth Meyers. They're all going out to dinner together. They don't seemingly give a shit, I guess, because the ratings are so minuscule, it doesn't even matter. Like, it's such, I don't know how these shows stay on, and their days are numbered. How they afford to pay these hosts.
Well, they also go on each other's show enough that it's kind of like a daisy chain of like, it's basically like in order to keep this raft together so none of us fail, we got to go cross promote on each other's shows so we can spread the love around, you know?
Well, it's kind of like, I know you people don't follow sports too much, but it's kind of like what they say about this current generation of the NBA, that all the players are friends and they played AAU together. And so you don't have that sense of cutthroat competition like Isaiah Thomas did with Bird, or Carmelo and David Robinson, or whatever you want to do. Drexler and, I don't know, let's just say Fat Lever. So that is very similar to what you're describing, those talk shows. It really is the same thing, but I think the ratings are so small now, and they seem to have a deal with the devil that they just never get fired. You know, like, it doesn't matter how bad it is.
Right.
You know, they maintain their job. They have nothing to, there's no accountability.
Well, and if there's nothing to fight over, then, because I always think function determines behavior. So it's like, if there's millions of dollars and 36 million people watching you to fight over, you know, then you're going to behave.
Yeah,
like
their contracts are guaranteed. I know, it's generational wealth for no reason at all.
But and think of it this way: all the late night hosts have other shows from their past that they probably made fortunes on, that makes their current late night engagements like, this is just play money, so maybe I don't have to be so dickish. That's a great point.
So what David's saying is they all have a production company, and who gives a shit about this? Like, Letterman started that with Worldwide Pants. I couldn't believe how wealthy he was, and his show didn't do well. It didn't get it got beat all the time by Kimmel, and Leno destroyed it.
Yeah.
And so that Worldwide Pants, that's how Letterman didn't get fired after he preyed on all the interns and the PAs, because he owned the show.
Yeah, and the Late Show for Colbert is really just a victory lap of the Colbert Report. I mean, it's you know,
it's weird, that trend. I know he's doing a Bill O'Reilly impression following Jon Stewart. He's goofing on Bill O'Reilly and it's great. But then they give him a talk show based on that. And now are you going to bring that O'Reilly character to CBS? You're just going to be, and I like Colbert. He's, you know, good improv comic.
But I think that he probably I think that show was so successful in the 10 years that it was on that he made his fuck you money in that time. So the Late Show, it's like, well, you know, and also, like, what option do the networks have but to keep those shows on? It's not like someone's beating them, you know.
It's just, I mean, you could put Simpsons reruns on,
you
know, whatever channel you want to use, and it'll destroy them, and it doesn't matter to them. They feel the need to pay these guys 8 figures. It's so weird. Howard Johnson, Tamara's cool tonight. My bulldog Chloe was born at the beginning of this episode. Just had to put her down. Geriatric canine terminal illness. Really, I had to put her down. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Chris. That was serious. Jesus.
Oh, that's so sad. I'm sorry.
That is the worst. That is the worst. Bieber is 90 and in a nursing home now. Probably time to wrap this one up. Benjamin's doing the dirty work for Sarah now.
Yeah, right. The chat's not even listening to what we're saying on the show anymore. They're just
they're just trying to out joke each other about the length of this one-upmanship. It's interesting too. Jon Stewart was never a political comedian at all. He jumped in. He took a job. He failed so many times before The Daily Show. He took Kilborn's job, and Kilborn didn't want to do politics. So Kilborn moved over to CBS to follow Letterman. And then Jon Stewart became a political comedian because he had to be. He's really good at it now and stuff, and he's gotten better. But he didn't. He had nothing to do with politics.
And how much was that? Who's the woman who created The Daily Show?
Shit, Liz Winstead.
Liz Winstead, yeah. Like, how much is that her sort of influence
it is,
on
all
him,
her.
You know?
You're right. I'm impressed you know that name. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Problematic. Okay, so this is, I'm going to end this here. This is Dennis Miller on Bill Maher's real-time show, and they take a shot at Howard. I don't want to forget this. So it's just really short.
This is good, yeah.
And Dennis makes a great quip, and a Jackie Martling reference. I don't even know if Jackie saw this to this day.
Yeah.
Oh, and Coulter.
I mean, I remember when I was on Howard Stern defending myself after September 11th,
And Howard Stern said, while I was defending my crazy comments, he said, I think we should drop a nuclear bomb on a Muslim country. I don't care which Muslim country. It doesn't matter. Just any Muslim country, just drop a nuclear bomb, throw a dart at the map, and drop a nuclear bomb. That's okay.
Yeah.
Mars right. Like, that would get anybody fired if you said that at any other. And with Howard, it was, oh, Howard, you're so silly. That would get. Mar got fired for much less. Mar's comment was the terrorists weren't cowards.
Yeah.
And then Howard says that. He's right.
That's okay.
Yeah, Jackie wrote that for him.
All right, now let's go to our friend Paula.
I don't think people realize the extent that probably cut Howard to the core. Dennis saying that on Bill Maher's show with his dad watching, with Ben Stern watching.
But also, it kind of ties into what you were saying, where it's like, why doesn't Howard get fired for it? It's because it's part of a script. It's almost like Howard doesn't get punished because he's being handed scripted lines for the Howard Stern character. So the character's saying these things, and you can't fire me for being that character on the air, you know?
No, he can. Oh, yeah, he can always. He's under the auspices of that all the time. That's true.
Right. So
Red Bar. That's true, Melvin. Yeah. All right. So that's a great clip. That's a great. I mean, I hold on. I had this copied like 100 times on my hard drives and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like I hope Jackie saw that.
I
want to thank everybody. I'm going to wrap it up, Sarah. Thank you anyone who donated. I appreciate it for the cause. ARM provides pizza at the 6-hour mark for us all. Yeah, that's true. You're gonna have my my famous Detroit style Sicilian pizza. That is a promise. Parmesan. Oh God, I would love to make pizza for everybody here. Actually, would do that. YouTube owes us all free memberships. That's true. Ready, guys? So Davyd, tomorrow we're gonna do Jump Street. I think I'm gonna ask you to. We're just gonna do the episode. I feel myself getting sick.
Yeah, we can do the Weintraub.
You and I will do the Weintraub later that week, and then put it together.
Is 12:30 Pacific good for you?
It is good. That is a perfect time.
Great.
That is a perfect time. And if I were Jack Depp, I would be sleeping in and miss the whole thing. All Night Armies. Everyone, I love you all. Davyd, anything on the way out? Next time we do, we're gonna go right back into that.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna go into some Norm stuff. I got so much shit, and by that time, I hope I have some Adam Sandler interviews to add to it. I have so much shit.
Yeah, this is fun. By the way, the one thing
fun.
I wanted to mention was on one of the vacations a couple of years ago, you know, they come up with a theme for the clips that they're going to play while the show is on vacation for Stern. And one of the times they were on vacation, they did like Stern SNL stuff. So I don't know if anyone has compiled that sort of
I'm at there with Boff right now. I'm trying to get the SNL specials all together so I can pick through the obscure stuff.
Right.
You can't get to add it to it. That's exactly right. I can't believe you said that.
Yeah.
I'm in the process of doing that right now. The old stuff you can't find any, you know, like this. He would never play. You know, certainly Howard wouldn't want like this. You'll never hear this one again.
Oh, you know, the other one too, which I only heard once, is like the disastrous Gilda Radner interview where she like was crying.
I have
that.
That's in here.
Okay.
I have it in the folder. I got it.
Perfect.
I knew you worked with her, right?
I did. I was
same improv group. I know that for a while when you tried improv. I have that. I swear to God, I have that. I can't believe you said that. And I just one more thing I wanted to say about they are great comedy writers and
very funny people.
And everybody is Melvin, Delopoulos, Benjamin, Sarah, Sky Specter, A. Smith, Pell, Chubby Pickle, Benjamin. I just had one. Villataro. I had one more thing I wanted to add to about Jon Stewart. What the fuck was it? Oh, I forget. I guess somebody said he wanted to. Yeah, he probably could run and for office. I wonder how that would go. Sometimes we overestimate our celebrities, though, because all the stuff that Kamala had for it with Taylor Swift and Beyonce didn't seem to do shit. Sometimes I wonder. It's just like a different world and anything. All right, so Jump Street tomorrow, everyone. I love you. Davyd, any last words before we go out on the
Nope. I got nothing.
Play
I'll see you tomorrow.
There's a little SNL Easter egg at the end of this outro.